Morning, everybody. It's 9:30 and the inquiry is resumed. My name is Guy Davies and I am the inspector appointed to hear this appeal. We are on day 3 of the inquiry, and today we're going to be hearing evidence on highways, this time on behalf of the appellant. Before I do that, can I just make some announcements, please? First of all, those with mobile phones, can you please make sure they are turned to silent? There isn't any fire alarm scheduled, so if the alarm does go off, we'll treat it as genuine. Please can you leave by the green markers we assemble in front of the building. I think there was one bit of housekeeping I needed to touch on, and that I think was there was a proposal to submit an appeal decision from the appellant.
That's right. So, and there's actually also, just to bring you fully up to speed, there's also a proposal to put in an appeal decision from the council as well.
Right, Mr. Grant, have you had a chance to have a look at that?
Yes, I mean, the council's not objecting to the appellant's appeal decision, and the one that we're proposing to put forward is
Okay.
very short. I understand the appellant's not objecting to that. So.
I got a copy. My case officer has a copy of it. I haven't read it. That's the one from the appellant. I haven't seen the one from the council. Do you happen to have a hard copy of it?
We are getting one of
You're printing it out,
That's-
okay.
But the councillor ahead of us, their one they have got, so it's just,
Okay, I'll have that one then,
we'll
please.
just, as soon as ours is printed, we'll give that to you as well. And
Thank
I'm
you.
just asking, I'm sure this is happening anyway, but if these could be put up onto the our inquiry website, that would also be good.
But may I ask, is it the appellant's decision that's 8 and ours that's 9 that you've got noted down?
I'll give the appellant 8 when I receive that,
Great.
and this one can be 9.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a copy of that one?
I've got that one. I do, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It will just, we should be able to, in due course, get started.
I'll
and
keep
obviously
going, and
we can
that'll not be
introduce
a
it as
problem.
and when
Yeah.
I think everyone who's. Does anyone else need a hard copy? Are you okay with of our one? I
Has
mean,
Mrs. Dodsley got one? That's more to the point.
yeah. Fine.
You can look at it
It'll
online
get
when it
put
goes
on the
up.
internet.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much.
I've had a request by a member of the public to speak. I'm happy to accept that. I appreciate it. I normally try and keep that to the first day of the inquiry, but I think we certainly have time today, so that should not be a problem. So, sir, in a moment, I'll ask you to come up and speak. You'll need to give me your name, whether or not you're representing yourself or an organisation, and whether or not you object to the scheme or support the scheme. Before I do that, just let me outline the business of today. So we covered the roundtable session on living conditions yesterday. So today we really are just going to be hearing from Mr. Bancroft on behalf of the appellant. We'll hear his evidence in chief this morning. I suspect we'll then be able to get on to cross-examination this morning, maybe even finish it this morning. I don't know, entirely up to you, Mr. Grant. Well, yes, indeed. And you're right. You're right, indeed. I can't put all the blame on you. After that, Mrs. Dodsley, I'll give you the opportunity to ask questions as well. You've seen how questions are asked. The only thing I would ask is that they are questions. They're something that Mr. Bancroft at least has a fighting chance of answering, rather than being rhetorical, which he has no chance of answering. Okay, that's good. Right, in which case, sir, would you like to come up and sit here at the end here?
So, just before the member of the public speaks, could I just share something with you in relation to the cemeteries? When we did the site visit on Tuesday afternoon, I know there was a discussion around how much capacity the cemetery had. I know that you'd
Yes.
raised that, and I know a representative of the appellant had suggested 5 years.
In that one with the cushion there, yeah.
I just wanted to follow up. I wanted to just make sure that we were absolutely certain about that figure, and I emailed the principal assets manager of the council. And I just want, is it okay if I update you with the number?
Yes,
I'll
it
read
is.
the email to you. So I've just heard back from our cemeteries officer, and the latest analysis of the available space and at the current rate of occupation means that we have in the region of 8 years available space for burials. The natural burial area has slightly longer in 10 to 12 years, although both of those figures are dependent on mortality rates not increasing.
Sorry, it's 8 years for the graves,
Yes.
and it was, sorry, what was it for the
So natural burial area, 10 to 12
10
years.
to 12 natural.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I made a note of that. Okay, so now, you see the thing in there, yeah, press the button there. These are quite directional, so you're going to have to get quite close to it to make sure that we all hear you. I'm afraid we can't move the thing, you'll have to move closer to it. That's great.
Okay, sir.
Okay, first of all, can I have your name, please?
Danny Ballinger.
Okay, Mr. Ballinger. And do you represent yourself or an organisation?
I'm speaking as an informed resident.
Okay, and
That will become clear, sir, as I go on.
okay, that's good. And do you support or oppose this?
I'm neutral, but I think I'd have to oppose it. You'll see when I raise the questions why I put it that way.
Okay, you're not here to raise questions. I just want to hear
Okay.
what your view is. If that's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I was employed by Essex County Council in the Highways Department as a chartered civil engineer in the Capital Roads Works section. I designed Malden Bypass between March 1988 and August 1989. I have some information for you to consider. Spittal Lodge was acquired by ECC with a covenant, adjoining property not to benefit from the bypass. Query: can they legally connect to the bypass? Spittal Lodge was demolished to make room for Spittal Roundabout. Bypass western boundary is the extent of the settlement of Malden, agreed by both councils. Western verge, no highway rights, environmental verge. No vehicle access to bypass. Disused railway was purchased by ECC for a peppercorn from British Rail years previously. Spittal Road Tunnel was sealed. I wrote the contract documents and tenders sent out at the same time as the Docklands Canary Wharf developments in London. The county surveyor asked me to re-tender the bypass, but this time add in the Section 52 agreement for Tesco's development written by Danbury Developments Limited was tendered. Contract awarded to Cementation Limited for 12 million. Bypass was opened on the 9th of October 1990 by Mrs. Kathleen Nolan. I had the privilege of driving Mrs. Kathleen Nolan as the first person to use the bypass. Malden Bypass is one of the most strategic roads in Malden. Another one is Market Hill. Any disruption to either road will have significant adverse consequences for the local highway network. I am speaking from memory, sir. I'm sure my comments can be verified by ECC if they have not already been disclosed to you during this inquiry. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. I kind of get the sense from you that that's more of an objection than a neutral stance. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would. I don't know the legal.
That's fine. You're perfectly entitled to have a view. That's what we're here to hear, as it were. But anyway, I'll give both barristers the opportunity to answer questions as they want, but probably Mr. Simon to you first. Mr. Grant. Mr. Ballinger, thank you very much for coming. Could you turn the microphone on?
Sir.
That's lovely. Thank you. Yes, you may. Or you may stay and listen to the rest if you wish to do so. Okay. I think then we are in for the business of today.
We are.
So, Mr. Simons, over
Thank
to
you very much. Just to repeat that at some stage there's going to be a printed appeal decision that we'll just hand up to you and just try and keep things moving. It may be that I ask, I don't know if you have got it on your computer, sir, in case we do, if in the event we got to it before, hang on, before it comes, it might just be worth checking, and then, but hopefully we'll just say we'll fit it to
Ashington Road, Watchford, is that the one?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. Lovely. All right. Good morning, Mr. Bancroft. As the inspector said, it's going to be a shouting situation. Keep your voice up and keep. Oh, here it comes. Sorry, Sam. But I'll just pause while this is handed to you.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm grateful to the council. Right then. Mr. Bancroft, you've prepared a proof of evidence. You've also prepared a rebuttal proof of evidence, number of appendices as well. And you explain in your main proof who you are on page 1 of it. You tell us that you're James Bancroft. You're a director of SLR Consulting. Set out your different academic professional qualifications, including being a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation. You've got over 20 years of experience in transport planning and engineering, and you, as you explain, are currently based with SLR in Exeter. First things first, could you explain to the inspector the nature of your involvement with this site and with this scheme on this site? How did that come to be?
I've been involved with the site since 2022, so I helped with sort of feasibility and looking at how to get access into the site. We also had some pre-app engagement with the county council in line with obviously the relevant sections of the MPPF. What we actually did was produce a draft TA, because that we felt that would actually be more helpful than just setting out principles.
At the pre-app stage,
At
you
the
mean?
pre-app stage,
So
yeah.
you went in with a draft TA with Essex, and how did that? When was that?
2023.
And how did that process go with Essex over the course of that pre-app end of the application?
So they gave us some feedback which we took on board and updated where we felt it was appropriate to, and that led to the transport assessment being prepared as submitted. We obviously heard yesterday from Mr. Slack there were two, in terms of what I think are the main reasons that were outstanding, and I'm sure we'll come on to that later on. In terms of highway impact capacity, there were two sections that dealt with the impact of the scheme. Section 6, which is what we refer to as the core assessment, which looks at a visually validate approach in line with current MPPF and also general practice in terms of transport planning. And then a sensitivity test, which took trip rates requested by Essex as an alternative, a reasonable alternative scenario.
Could you just explain again? Sorry we went over this a little bit yesterday, but given that you're the person who actually authored the assessment, the difference between section 6 and 7 in a nutshell. One of them you say is talking about a vision-led approach, and the other one it isn't. Could you just explain unpack a bit more what's going on there, and why was there a need to do a sensitivity test in section 7? What was the sensitivity test in a nutshell?
So, for those that aren't aware, for many years, and for most of my career until probably the last 5, we've worked on the basis of a predict and provide, whereby you design roads to accommodate what you think will happen based on what has gone before. So that would take historic surveys, and it will say that's going to happen here, and therefore the infrastructure would need to meet that. There's a recognition, a general recognition, that you build more road capacity, it just sucks in traffic. And I'm not saying this is a direct comparison to Malden, but the classic example is the M25, sorry, where you just keep adding on lanes, and you still get periods where there's cars side by side. Basically, you build more roads, people come.
So national policy's changed in that respect.
It has changed in that respect, and we heard from Mr. Slack yesterday, and I don't disagree that the priority is trying to get people to walk and cycle first and then use public transport. So there's a shift, and a paradigm shift in the way that we are preparing transport assessments now, as directed by the government in line with the MPPF, whereby you seek to try and provide the infrastructure that's proportionate to the scale of development to allow people to have that choice.
So how does this paradigm shift play into what you did in the TA, in terms of the section 6, and then there's your sensitivity test that you did in section 7? What's happening there?
So in the old world, what we would do is we would use the TRIX database, which Mr. Slack referred to yesterday. This is the industry standard database, which gives you trip rates that you apply to the level of housing, and that tells you how many vehicles. in the old world with lever development. In the new paradigm, what we look at is we go to the tricks database still, but what we get is total movement. So everybody that leaves their house at any given time, it gives you a value. And typically, in the morning and evening, it's about one person trip per hour, which you probably see in the documents. And then once you get that information, what you look at is to try and work out, well, actually, what trips do people actually undertake at any given time? And the National Travel Survey is very helpful in that respect because it sets out commuting, leisure, retail,
schools
shops
and
and schools,
whatever
all
it
that
is.
sort of stuff. So it's a bit more binary.
So just to be super clear, which one's which? In your original TA, you had a section 6 and you had a section 7 sensitivity test.
Six is the new one, which is the paradigm shift one, where we look at the person trip. And section 7 is what we're referring to as a sensitivity test because it's taking that whole predict and provide approach.
Section 7's what you're calling the old world.
Yes.
So why did you, if there's been this paradigm shift away from that sort of predict and provide tricks approach, you know, what you call the old world way, into the vision-led way in the current MPPF, why bother doing section 7 at all?
Because the MPPF talks about reasonable alternatives.
And who asked you to do section, the equivalent, section 7?
The highway authority.
Okay. So you prepared the TA with these two scenarios, section 6 and section 7, and you put it in to, obviously, it went part of the planning application, obviously. And how did your liaisons with Essex back and forth go from that point onwards?
They issued a consultation response quite late, as has been the case, and then we convened a meeting to talk through what additional information they would require to satisfy some of their questions. There wasn't any principal objections, it was more clarifications from my perspective, and that was talking about refining some of the modelling that we presented in the report.
And that led to another document.
An addendum, yeah.
And that's the TA addendum document
Correct.
that we looked at a little bit yesterday. Can you just explain for the inspector again? I mean, in a nutshell, in the way that you have been so far, you've got section 6 and 7 of the original TA you've talked about. Then there's a TA addendum. What's going on there? How does the addendum move things forwards from your point of view?
So what Essex were seeking for, particularly in respect of the highway impact, was a slight refinement of the modelling methodology, which Mr. Slack referred to. So effectively, they asked us to try and calibrate the model to observe cues, which is what's set
Sorry,
out.
calibrate it. I missed what you said there.
To observe cues.
Observe
Observe
cues.
cues. Gotcha. Yeah.
So you've got a model, which is, as it were, sort of theoretical, or a model that's modelled, but then they were asking you to calibrate it. Could you just explain? This might be a bit of a silly question to ask. But why? What's the point of doing that?
The theory is it's to try and make sure that the model reflects as best as possible what happens on the ground.
Right. And so, in order to calibrate it, how does that actually work? What does one do?
We sit and watch the videos. So when we get the traffic surveys, in old days, you used to see people with deck chairs and you're counting the cars and that sort of stuff. We don't do that anymore. It's a bit more sophisticated. So people put up cameras and
Right.
they record it, and then we provided them. We sat there and watched and observed the queues, and there was also the queue surveys that were provided by the survey company.
And when you did your calibration exercise as part of the TAA, and again in a nutshell, what did you find? How was the model accurate, or did it need factoring up, or did it need factoring down, or what?
To get it to match the queues like Essex wanted, we had to effectively, if you like, give the junction theoretical more capacity just to make the queues vary what we recorded.
Right,
That's what they wanted to see.
right. And that's what's reflected in the TAA.
Yes, and for the TAA, we just used the worst case predict and provide old world assessment because that was more robust.
Right. So we've got the section 6 appraisal in the TA, which is your vision-led one. You've got section 7, which is the predict and provide approach that Essex had asked for, and then you've got the TAA, which is the predict and provide one, subject to a calibration exercise.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did Essex make of that? Once you'd done that third round of assessments?
So I haven't turned my microphone on.
No, not at all. Sorry, I'll ask again. So you did those 3 rounds, as it were, of modelling, including the calibration exercise. Where did things arrive at with Essex after having submitted all of that work?
Ultimately, they concluded that there wasn't a severe impact.
What's your judgment on the level of scrutiny that they applied to the work that you did? How would you evaluate it? How would you describe it?
It was thorough, as you'd expect from an organisation that's responsibility is to ensure the integrity of their network. Integrity being the free flow of traffic as best as possible, and also the safety.
It wasn't just Essex, of course, that you've been involved in engaging with, obviously there's Malden, but there's also Active Travel England, and I note that along with the addendum, there was further material relating to the routes that people might want to take to access different services and facilities. You just, again, talk the inspector through, because that went in with the TAA, I think.
It did. So as part of the TA, we did an audit of the routes which Active Travel England reviewed. They came back as part of their consultation response and asked for some further details. We used their guidance LTM 120, which sets out various different characteristics of safety, cohesion, directness, and we came up with a scoring system which we discussed yesterday, and also a red, amber, green rating. We sent that back, and the final comment was it was a proportionate audit for the level of development, and also that they accepted the findings.
They being ATE, you mean, in this
Active Travel England,
instance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And support, obviously they've supported the application.
Right. Okay. So, that's so far as things go with the statutory consultees. Let's turn now to Mr. Slack and all of the things that you heard from him yesterday. You were able with him to start to narrow things relatively late in the day, and we submitted it to the inspector yesterday, I think, or the afternoon before. There was a new statement of common ground with Mr. Slack, and then of course he gave us oral evidence yesterday. Reflecting on what he said yesterday, could you help the inspector with the extent to which, if at all, you see things coming together even further? I mean, as you now give your evidence at the end of the highways session of the inquiry, what do you see as being the critical things that are agreed? And I suppose once you've done them, what are the key things then the inspector really does have to decide?
I think we go in the order that it was discussed yesterday, in terms of starting with sustainability first. I think my reading of Mr. Slack's oral evidence was he's in agreement that para 110 of the MPPF is met in this case.
In that he thinks it's a site that's capable of being made sustainable. Or
Beyond that, he accepted, I believe, that the site is located in a sustainable location already, so the principle of development here should be supported.
And what's your take on that?
I unequivocally agree. I mean, policy S2 is quite clear. Malden is the top tier settlement. If you're going to provide development anywhere in this district, this has to be the first location. Equally, so I don't know if you just wanted to take up my rebuttal, which is document F7.
Your rebuttal? Yep.
And if you go to paras 312 onwards, and also there's an appendix A which informs the section.
312. There's a table of different sort of comparisons from Malden, the district and the town, and etc.
That's right. So if you recall, sir, yesterday we had heard from Mr. Slack that he submitted the FT connectivity tool evidence.
Yes. Oh yes. And I asked him about it.
You did, and I have to say I was a little bit perplexed in his proof of evidence, because he was seeking to sort of compare this site to England as a whole, which, when you consider takes into places such as central London, is completely incorrect in my view, and we should be considering this site on its merits in relation to the district where the housing is going to be provided. Obviously, this is where the policies relate to. And so what I was trying to show you here, sir, is that when you actually look at Malvern in the context of Malvern district, it is actually, I think you referred to it, Mr. Simons, it's a big flashing yellow beacon as being the most sustainable location. And if the tables that I presented, you'll see on most scores, it's at the top end of what you'd expect in terms of connectivity scores.
So you're looking at the different levels of connectivity by different modes there.
Yeah.
He said and agreed with me, Mr. Slack did yesterday, that this site is in the most sustainable part of the entire district. What's your assessment of that position?
It's unequivocally, it's documented in the policy. Sorry, and just to qualify further, obviously we also had the appeal decision from the site next door where the inspector made the same distinction. It's Q7, so.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, Q27.
Q7.
But now, what Mr. Slack said about the appeal decision is that he was happy with it as a sort of statement of sort of principle, if you like, in terms of how connected a location it is, but he was very keen to emphasise that that was for a much smaller scheme than this one. It was for a handful of homes rather than, a large strategic sort of scheme like this one. So what do you say about that?
It's either sustainable or it's not, simply. Just because this is for a different level of development. The network that it's connecting into hasn't changed. The amenities don't change. The routes to those amenities don't change. Yes, it might be a little bit further away, but ultimately the sustainability is the conclusions reached are maintained, and obviously, again, the statement common ground with Essex also reaches that same conclusion. 2.26.
Walking routes. I mean, in the end, Mr. Slack accepted that we were connected into things like the hospital and the centre of town by means of what the LC WIT designates as a primary walking route in the whole area. What's your assessment on where you two are on walkability?
I think Mr. Slack said yesterday that there are some slight differences in terms of walk distances, but they weren't material. He also accepted, and I agree with him, that there are some transposing errors in both our cruise ordinance, but again, they don't make material differences. I think what Mr. Slack would say is that the footways they don't meet current guidance. I would disagree that that's an issue, particularly given the designation from the county council as this being a primary route network into Malvern. And equally, we heard yesterday about my rebuttal where we looked at the capacity of those routes, and there's also reference over in my rebuttal. The appeal decision means 6.22 of my rebuttal, so. It talks about whilst narrow footways may be less than ideal, but in the context of current design guidance, it doesn't render them impassable, and that's effectively what my capacity assessment showed. Those capacity assessments were worst case because we assumed that every person that leaves our development would be on both sides of the roads that we tested at the same time, which clearly wouldn't be the case because people can't split themselves in two. And also, we wouldn't take into account, for example, if you come out of our site, cross Spittal Road to get onto Spittal Road, you're obviously on the southern side, which is generally wider than the opposite side, which I think Mr. Slack took some issue with. So I say that whilst Mr. Slack might say it's not ideal, it's by no means not unacceptable. I think that most recent appeal that we shared yesterday also talks about this matter, and that's important because of the context of Essex.
Can we put a pin in that appeal and do it when we'll go to it properly when we come on to to that part of your evidence on RFCs. But yeah, we'll remember to pick up the dimensions of footways. But overall, then, your assessment of the footway dimensions, in terms of the pedestrian connectivity between the appeal site and the town centre, how would you summarise it for the inspector?
I would describe them as being of Malden. Malden is an historic environment. It suits the situation we're in. There's no demonstration that it's unsafe. The accident statistics and the transport assessment don't point towards that. Obviously, my evidence shows that people can walk along it, freely. So I say that they're more than adequate to accommodate pedestrian movements. Obviously, ATE have come to the same conclusion, and also Essex County Council.
Buses, Mr. Slack agreed that the bus service that's already here, that already runs past the site, is a reasonable service, goes to a range of locations, Malden, Chelmsford, obviously. And he agreed that it would represent the people who lived in our development would have a, quote, genuine choice in so far as buses go of accessing services facilities. Where are you at on that topic of the adequacy of the bus service?
Again, in the context of Malden and what we heard yesterday is a relatively rural district, I think the bus services are excellent, and obviously with the contribution that we've provided, it will only enhance that. I think some of the locations around Malden perhaps don't have bus stops quite as close as that it will have here, so that will help. And we'll obviously operate a travel plan to encourage the use of those buses. So all in all, I do think, and I agree with Mr. Slack, that it does provide a realistic and viable alternative for people to use to go about their daily business.
Just on a point of detail, on 2 points of detail. Firstly, is this point about 97% of the homes would be within an 800-metre walk of the nearest bus stop. What's the inspector to make of that? Those numbers? Does it matter? Does it matter if they're less? Does it matter if they're more? What's the point?
The reason that was raised was historically, so you're probably familiar with references to 400 metres. There are a plethora of appeal decisions, and there's one which I was involved with in Twyford, which is included on here, where there was, I think it was 650 metres per bus stop. But the reason we've got 500 and 800 in this case is there was through the course of the application, there was some guidance issued by two of the country's main bus operators, and from their experience in suburban areas, as they refer to, which captures Malden, 500 to 800 metres is an acceptable walk distance for buses.
And so what then of the relevance of 97% of the homes being within the 800-metre distance? What does that tell you?
It gives the people that will live here the opportunity, if they so wish, and it meets their needs, to use a bus to access a range of different amenities. Obviously, we've got a huge amount of amenities in Malden itself, but we've got a bus connection into Chelmsford, very large regional settlement where you can get even more amenities.
Okay, so overall, 110 of the framework, we've looked at it already several times, but it, as you'll remember, talks about genuine choice of modes. It talks about sustainable modes and locations that either are or can be made sustainable. It was agreed by Mr. Slack yesterday that 110 is a policy that we comply with. What's your overall take on 110?
I think, put succinctly, the site's got a remarkable level of accessibility given in the context of Malden. I think it's going to give people the real choice. Obviously, that's not just me saying it, the inspector next door, and I appreciate it's differential in size, but as I've said, the infrastructure hasn't changed from that date. And we're going to be improving that situation. We're going to be providing crossing points, bus stop, contributions towards improving that existing bus facility. So in the round, I would conclude we are located in a sustainable location already, and we will enhance that further with the interventions that are being brought forward.
Let's move off 110 and locational sustainability then, still on matters of sort of a reflection that you had on what Mr. Slack said, and turn to highways impacts on the operation of the network. And I suppose in particular we have in mind paragraph 116 of the NPPF, which obviously we did look at yesterday, but by all means, turn it up if you like, that the focus on this question of severity, I suppose, just for starters, could you just explain for the inspector how you understand the allegations of severity from the council to have evolved?
There's a bit of debate around the punitive reason for refusal to
Putative, rather than punitive,
punitive, yeah. And I think Mr. Slack eventually agreed that there was just one of those reasons listed within that.
One of those locations.
Locations, yeah, one of the 4 locations, and that was from his alleging the effect on Morrison's roundabout is quote unquote severe.
So that's the one on which the inspector needs to reach an adjudication.
Can I just further qualify?
Of course, can. Yeah,
so
sorry, I
what-
didn't mean to
so,
cut you off.
yeah, 116 also talks about safety. And,
Yes.
And Mr. Slack was very clear that safety isn't an issue in this case, so we are, from what I'm understanding, thinking about severity at the Morrison's roundabout.
That's the issue so far as you understand it under 116.
Yeah, so in terms of all the junctions we assessed, I think it's 1 out of the 5 or 6 junctions that we tested that he's got an issue with.
Okay. So far as the way that one approaches 116 of the framework and severity in particular, as you've said, not interested for now in unacceptable impacts on highway safety because of what Mr. Slack said. So far as the approach to 116, how much agreement or disagreement is there with Mr. Slack?
So the statement common ground that you asked us to advise and agree is quite clear that we're talking about comparing how that junction is expected or likely to operate in a world where traffic associated with all the community developments that are situated in the approved and local area come forward first, and then you add our traffic on top and you see what the proportionality difference is between the 2. And just for the rest of the room, that's the standard approach in terms of when you're assessing developments such as this. You take what's been given consent already, and then you add on the effect of the scheme that you're being proposed is tested against that, what we refer to as the without development scenario.
The with and without developments,
Yeah.
the 2 scenarios. In Mr. Slack's appendices, I think it was an appendix E, we were looking at his table 3 and his table 4. And those are his numbers, not yours, but that had a with and without development scenario.
Yeah, so table 3 is without development but includes everything else that's been given
Bulk,
consent.
right.
And then his table 4 is with us included.
Right.
And it's a difference between the 2 that you have to consider the proportionality of course.
You're looking at things cumulatively, though, aren't you? I mean, what one has to, what 116 says, it's cumulative impact that you're interested in.
Correct.
Okay. What kind of a bar is 116 seeking to set so far as severity goes? It's not a term that the framework actually defines. Maybe it would have been helpful if it had been a bit more defined than it is. But anyway, Mr. Slack thought it was a high bar when I asked him about it, and he thought it does set a high bar. What's your understanding of that position?
Completely agree. Set out in my rebuttal in terms of the context of the NPPF, the way it was written. Before the NPPF, you would have weeks and weeks of evidence about minutiae of traffic impact, and I think what the government were trying to move away from was transport being used as the only reason for refusing a scheme. And yes, I can understand what you might say. It'd be nice to have a definition about severity, but no 2 locations are the same. And I think the reason for the word severe was that these things need to be looked at holistically. And we heard yesterday from Mr. Slack, and he was referring to things such as RFCs and things like that. Now, from my perspective, an RFC is a measure of, an indication of how a junction might be operating.
Could you just let's talk about RFCs then, because this was turned out to be quite an important topic yesterday. So, I asked Mr. Slack, what does severe mean? In fact, I think Mr. Grant, asked Mr. Slack, what does severe mean? And he said, in his opinion, it means a situation where you have an RFC of over 1. which might make perfect sense to a highways engineer, perhaps makes somewhat less sense to everyone else in the world. Could we just start by explaining what an RFC, what does RFC stand for, and what does it actually mean?
RFC is ratio of flow to capacity.
Ratio of flow to capacity. Could you break that down? What flow of what? Capacity of what?
So traffic is the flow, and capacity is the physical capacity of a junction, and it's based on some very historic algorithms from the 70s. So, you know, I'm not going to unpick the model. I don't need to unpick the model, but just so everyone's aware that they haven't been updated since the 70s. So notwithstanding driving behaviours changed and also technology of vehicles, we are still using quite an old algorithm to test these impacts.
An RFC, it's a component of a particular kind of model.
Yeah, so it takes into account, so there are two things. So if assuming you're coming down Spittal Road, it takes into account that flow.
Mm-hmm.
You then put in the geometric characteristics of the roundabout. So as you're driving, you know when you come up to the giveaway marking, there are decisions you make to join the carriageway. Those geometry factors take that into account. And like I said, there's someone far over than me came up with this
It
calculation.
spits out a number.
It spits out a number,
Okay.
and that's the capacity.
So, when you say that's the capacity, is that the actual capacity?
It's the theoretical.
What does theoretical mean in this context? When you say it's the theoretical RFC shows you the theoretical capacity of a junction, like a roundabout or whatever. What do you mean theoretical? What happens if in the real world if that theoretical capacity is breached?
So, like, as Mr. Slack said yesterday, is if that in the model world, if it gets to, say the capacity is 100 and you've got 100 vehicles, and you add 10 more, they will sit at the back of that whatever queue was there before. That doesn't mean there's a 100 vehicle queue. It just means that they're now adding to the back of an existing queue. That's what the model assumes.
Right. So RFC that ratio is expressed as a number, and we heard yesterday about 0.85 and 1 and going over 1. Could you just talk the inspector through that? What are the relevance of these numbers, and what do these numbers mean?
So 0.85 was historically referred to as design capacity.
Design capacity.
Yeah. So if you imagine if you're building a new junction, you want to make sure that you're not going back 5 years later and ripping it out and making it bigger to accommodate changes. So that will give you a little bit of headroom. One is the physical theoretical capacity of a junction or an arm.
Mm-hmm. And then over 1 was Mr. Slack's definition of severe.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So let's go into that then. Do you agree with him that a model producing an RFC of in excess of 1 should be equated by the inspector to be a severe impact in the language of the MP?
No, it's alien to me because it needs to be considered in context. And I think through your cross-examination we went into, and I think Mr. Slack has accepted, and it's in the statement of common ground, that my point is it's an holistic assessment. So as well as queues that come out of the model, it also spits out delays. And I completely agree with Mr. Slack, this is in my rebuttal, is that delay is the most appropriate form of measurement here to assess the severity, because it tells you how much longer someone has to wait to get through a junction.
So you would urge, and I think actually Mr. Slack was starting to urge as well when I asked him about RFCs. Yeah, I think he said something along the lines of, I'm get this slightly wrong, the inspector have a note, well no, really delays more important, or delays.
I think you said a queue length was perhaps a
More practical
example of what actually what a drop.
But the delays, as I said in my evidence, is the delay takes into account a queue.
Yeah.
So if you're sat waiting at a junction, you're obviously part of a queue, but it also takes into account the general time to exit from the queue.
Right.
So it's a more comprehensive measure than an arbitrary value which is theoretical, and it gives you a queue, but it doesn't tell you what actually that queue means in practice.
We'll come on to delay then in a minute, because we need to talk about the extent of delay that the scheme would cause, obviously. But just on RFC, just for a moment, Mr. Slack suggested yesterday that an RFC of over 1 should be equated to be severe. I said to him, did he have any policy, guidance, decisions from any planning inspectors, Secretary of State, or anything to support that proposition. He said no. So do you have any, is there any appeals that you're, or anything that you're aware of to support the idea that an RFC over 1 should, as he thought, be equated with a severe impact?
I wasn't aware of anything, and I wasn't expecting to have to think about that before he'd said yesterday that anything over 1, or if you increase something that's already over 1, would be a severe impact, because that's not set out anywhere that I'm aware of in terms of policy. It's also, I think, completely contrary to where we're going in terms of accommodating development. We talked about earlier about vision-led and predict and provide.
Mm-hmm.
We're no longer in the business of building infrastructure. We're trying to get people out of the car, build more road capacity, which effectively is what his argument is if you take it to its natural conclusion. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So after he said what he said, we scurried around, we found this appeal decision, so in Essex, conveniently perhaps. And I don't know if you just wanted to
Let's
open
just
that.
have a quick look at it then. This is an appeal decision after a planning inquiry in Essex in 2022, and it was a scheme. The details of the scheme aren't particularly important, really, because it's more the principles of highways that we want to get onto. But anyway, it was a residential appeal in Watford. Now, the highways chapter of this decision is, I'm sorry to say to our inspector, pretty long, and it starts on page 10. And it goes, if you can believe it, all the way through to page 24. So there's actually, after which the inspector goes on to consider planning obligations and conditions. So it's actually 14 pages of highways stuff, and some of which goes into quite a lot of detail. So with some trepidation then, because I don't want to obviously get, it's a completely different scheme, I don't want to get lost in it. What are the bits that are actually relevant to draw out so far as the points you're making about RFC?
It's para 102.
Para 102, right. Help us, what in 102 is of relevance to our inspector?
So here we can quite clearly see the reference to RFC, which we now know relates to our ratio flow capacity, and you can see several numbers, all of which start with the number 1. So 1.13, 1.15, and effectively if you read what he's saying, it's the difference between the two schemes that were tested.
Mm-hmm.
There are very minimal changes in RFC value, and ultimately he found to conclude that it was acceptable.
Just for our inspector's note, the overall conclusion, just for bits worth, is at 125. Having gone through the summary of it all, he ends up finding severity.
I think this is quite a useful decision, because obviously it talks about the RC value of 1, but also if you read through the rest of the decision, it looks at the network as a whole. So whilst there is one junction that might have an RSE of more than 1,
Mm-hmm.
it's the network as a whole which you need to consider. And this is again, it's the holistic point of severity, where it's not just a binary yes or no. You need to consider it in the context. And here, I think we agreed with Mr. Slack and the council that there is just one location. And I think again, if you look at my rebuttal, the changes in RFCs at this in this Essex appeal decision are remarkably similar to what we're discussing here. And I think from this, it's quite clear to me that what Mr. Slack was saying was incorrect, and it's certainly not from my experience.
So in a world where you've got a future year that you pick, I think here it might have been 2029, but anyway, here in our case it's 2031. It's a future world where the model is showing that at one particular location, wherever it might be, RFCs of over 1 without your scheme, and then you add your scheme and the RFC goes up by, in our case, I think 0.2 or 3 on those numbers, whatever. What does that mean? From Mr. Slack's perspective, it's starting over 1. It's still going to be over 1 with your scheme in place. That means it must be severe overall.
And yeah, and he's saying when you take it holistically, on the notwithstanding that there's no safety issues, and he had no issues with any of the other capacity assessments at any of the other junctions, I was made clear yesterday, his view on the basis of one location in the network, that was considered to be a severe impact, and from his perspective, the transport time, the scheme should be refused.
Yeah. So that's his perspective, and so what's your perspective?
As set out in my proof, my TA, my rebuttal, it's not a severe impact. It's not just me saying that, obviously, it's the county council who, they've been fairly consistent here, so because this is another location within the county, and go back to the point I made, the county council, not the planning authority, have the responsibility to make sure that free flow of traffic is maintained, and also safety, and they've taken this in the round and consider it not to be severe.
And you're suggesting, are you, that it would be wrong to, you keep talking about a holistic assessment, focusing on a network rather than just an individual junction. Can you unpack that a bit, the inspector?
So, I'm going to get a bit techie, sorry. The models that we have used are called standalone models, so they look at each location in isolation. If this network was under severe stress or acute stress, as part of the pre-application discussion with Essex, I would have expected them to tell me to do a microsimulation with it. And the difference between a standalone model and a microsimulation model, and sorry if I'm teaching just like eggs, is that a microsimulation takes into account the interaction with other junctions, and that would allow you to consider it as a whole. But in this location, we're literally just talking about one location in isolation.
What do you take from the fact that Essex weren't after a micro-sim approach here?
I don't want to put words in their mouth because obviously they're not here, but from their perspective, in terms of the size of the scheme, their view was that the proportionality subject to the test wasn't a point of principle for refusal or a more robust assessment, notwithstanding the fact that in their response, it's quite clear that they talk about a suitable transport assessment and a robust transport assessment addendum.
So in the circumstance, just in this appeal decision, just flip back a little to pages 12 and 13, if you would. Of the, sorry, I'm talking about rock. Yeah, still got that open. And we're told at 66, paragraph 66, this is the inspector summarising a whole wad of highways evidence on RFCs, etc. He's talking about a particular roundabout at paragraph 66. Have you got that?
Let's see.
Yeah. It's predicted to operate over capacity, even without the proposed development, he says. There would be an RFC of 1.22 in the morning, and an RFC of 1.13 in the evening. So,
Yeah.
and if you turn over at 66 to 67, he says that the assessment showed that the addition of development traffic, so this is now adding to that scenario, takes those RFCs and it makes them higher. The RFC is in the morning is now 1.37. You see that, and then the RFC in the afternoon is 1.19, and then of course that feeds through into marginal increases in delays and in queue lengths and all of that stuff. So in a world like that, where you've got a starting point without the scheme of over 1 and then a marginal increase of whatever it is, of a fraction, caused by a development scheme at a particular junction, what's the analysis, in your opinion? What's the right way for our inspector to consider this question of severity?
So I would, yes, RSC gives you an indication of how it's going to operate, but you need to then consider it with the other metrics. And I say the delay is the most important because it takes into account the point you made about queues. It actually takes you how long additional it can take to get through a junction. And we have the tables in the statement common ground. Whilst me and Mr. Slack have done slightly different assessments, we get back to the same proportionality in terms of delays.
Could you unpack that a bit? When you say so let's move on from RFCs now, as you've said that you don't think they're as important as other ways of thinking about it, and get on to delays. Your position to our inspector is that although you've gone about it slightly differently, the extent of delays that you derive are what? Similar?
They're in, I would say, using the sort of American terminology, they're in the same ballpark.
And talk us through it.
So if we go to para 1.5, of the revised statement from the ground or additional supplementary what we were
Yes. 1.5, 1.5, and there's a table there set out.
and if you note at the bottom in italics, it refers you back to Appendix E, which you spent some time discussing with Mr. Slack yesterday.
So these are numbers that derive from Mr. Slack, and
Hey,
here's Appendix E.
Yeah, his tables 3 and 4, as you alluded to earlier.
Okay.
And just in terms of the benefits, 2031, that's the without development scenario, so that's all the existing traffic ad survey, growth rates added, and the cumulative scheme, so that's all the cumulative growth up until 2031. And then the column next to it is when we had our traffic, and then the final column is the net change and delay.
Showing, for instance, on his approach, that the first limb of the junction, the A414 Whithill, is in the morning, a 34-second addition of delay on the consequence of the appeal suite on his approach, and so on.
And just in the context of those, so you probably read through my rebuttal as a appeal decision reference, and that particular inspector referred to delays of 90 seconds as being not material, I can't remember the exact words, but we're within the threshold quite comfortably.
Can you just give the inspector a flavour? Obviously, this is all in the end sort of judgment calls for him as to what severe means. But why, in your view, is if you're talking about 30-second delay at a particular junction or a 50-second delay, because it goes up to 55-second delay on his numbers, at a particular limit of a junction in the context of a journey, how should he be considering that when it comes to addressing this threshold of severity?
I think as practitioners, we have had historically overcomplicated things, and I think we talk about RSC value using Q zones, and that's quite difficult for people to understand. So that's why I and others generally think delay is better, because you can actually quantify it. So if you can imagine, if you're sat there in the morning and say you've got to get to work or you're waiting to go to a doctor's appointment or something, you get to this junction, you've got your radio on, 50 seconds is probably the weather forecast. It's gone in the blink of an eye. That would be my suggestion.
And how then does that come together into an assessment of whether the severity threshold is met in a case like that? In the 50-second case, or weather forecast?
Well, I would just say it would be imperceptible compared to a world without that situation.
So those are his numbers, and then you've set out in 1.6 of the statement of common ground. Those are some of your numbers, is that right?
Yeah, so they're the numbers taken from section 7 of the TA, because
This is the sensitivity test version.
yes, because Mr. Slack, through the meeting we had before at CMC,
So I'm awfully sorry just to interrupt.
Please
just
do.
going back to the table in 1.5, appreciate you focused on the change, so plus 34, plus 55, etc. But just looking at the 2031 plus development column, is that seconds delay in total? So just taking the AM peak on the first arm, so going up Wick Hill, it would be a delay of 95 seconds. Is that
in
what I'm
total.
reading?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what about a minute and a half, roughly speaking.
Yeah.
You know, okay, thank you. That's okay. Just want to make sure I was reading.
So
it
let's
right.
deal with that then. I suppose, why, arguing against you, why would it not be said, or couldn't it be said, that hang on, you know, you're focusing on 34, well, the change, 34 seconds, which is what your scheme would do. But actually, it's not, it's more than a weather forecast. It might be a news bulletin or something. It's 95 seconds, which is the totality of the cumulative impact. Why is that not severe? Or why shouldn't that cross the severity threshold?
Because what we're here to test is the harm delivered by our scheme. The situation that's there already, that's accepted. That's in, you know, if everything comes to pass as predicted by the model, that's what's going to happen. So what we're trying to assess is how much over and above, once you take into account all that cumulative, what is our part of that, our effect? And 34 seconds, 55 seconds, it falls into the same bracket if it's not severe.
On that,
Particularly in the context, particularly in the
carry on.
context of being at one junction within a network.
Could you just emphasise that again? Why does it matter that it's only one junction within a network?
It's the holistic view is that you need to consider, you can't just, if you went to the extreme of every development where there was a junction that didn't operate within capacity or where delays were larger than this, then you'd have to question where development would be located. And we go back to the appeal decision in Rochford. The delays were much longer there, I think, in queue lengths were of considerable length. 290 vehicles, I think.
Let me ask you this question, if I can. Just while we're on this topic of marginal increase, if you like, and by that what I'm trying to get across is, should the inspector just be thinking about the 90 seconds or the 30 seconds or whatever, and you've just given your answer on that. The council had put in an appeal decision this morning. If you could just turn that up, if you wouldn't mind. You want the print?
No, I've got it.
Okay. This is an appeal decision of Inspector Clark from Felbridge in Mid Sussex from 2017.
Yep.
That? And it was a written representations appeal for, again, residential. It was 30 homes in Mid Sussex. And there is something on there's some paragraphs on highways. If you turn to pages 4 and 5, there's a section on the need to travel. And the first few paragraphs of it to do with distances and walkability, distances by bike. Paragraph 19, he decides that you need to travel beyond walking distance. And so, but he turns on from paragraph 20 to highways impact, which is the topic that I wanted to ask you about. So he deals with that between paragraphs 20 and 23 or so. Have you got that? Yeah. So he says, despite some exaggerated speculations, no expert evidence to contradict the advice of the transport consultant, the appellants, that the traffic generated would be unlikely to have significant or severe impacts on the operation of the network. In particular, that's the appellants, advise the proposed development would result in marginal percentage increases in traffic using the A22 corridor compared to background. Although Tandridge, that was the next door authority, had concerns about the impact of traffic, and Surrey originally sought a contribution. That was not pursued. And Surrey did not seek to have the application refused because congestion is an existing problem, not one caused, although further contributed to by the proposal. However, as several respondents have pointed out, advice in the MPPF is that development should only be prevented or refused on transport grounds where the residual cumulative effects of development would be severe. In this case, although the residual impacts of development by itself would not be severe, there's considerable other development also proposed, and so the cumulative impacts need to be considered. He then goes on to say that these correspondents refer me to the Highways Assessment Report from Tandridge and some other surveys. And he goes on to say these documents provide support for the argument that residual cumulative effects of all development in the area, including the current appeal proposal, would be severe. The appellant's response is to reiterate the appeal proposal alone adds only 1% at peak hours to a junction that's already overloaded, but that doesn't address or excuse the unacceptable cumulative effect of adding traffic from new development into the area that's already problematic. It's fair to record that the other appeal decisions do not regard this severity test as necessarily fatal to a proposal. It's nonetheless a consideration to be weighed in the balance, which I do in the overall concluding section of this decision. So he finds in the end at 24 that there would be in those circumstances severity. So the question then, I suppose, that gives rise to the inspector is one of approach. What should he be thinking about? What numbers are the right numbers to be addressing and why? When it comes to addressing this question, this policy test of severity, and what do you make of this appeal decision?
When I received this appeal decision late last night, I looked into the planning application. It was supported by a transport assessment, sir, but there was no junction modelling provided. So what you don't have the benefit here is the context I couldn't find any of the appeal decisions presumably because it was written reps, and what it's not showing you here in sort of the agreements we reach from Mr. Slack, it's not giving you the RSC values or whatever model they use because we don't know. It also isn't giving you that context in terms of delays. It just says the appellants are saying 1% isn't a material consideration, but I think it is, but there's no context to tell you why. There's no evidence there that says why that 1% is actually a severe impact in this location.
Taking us back then to the statement of common ground document that you were just in. By that I mean the new one that you've agreed with Mr. Slack. You took us through 1 point table at 1.5 from Mr. Slack's evidence. What about 1.6?
The changes in delays are remarkably comparable.
These are numbers. Just to confirm to the inspector where these numbers come from.
So these are the numbers that are taken from section 7. So they're the sensitivity test. So what we're doing effectively is comparing as best we can apples with apples. There is a slight difference between the two in so much as this includes a slightly different approach to the modelling, which Mr. Slack has to address, but the proportionality of the increase remains roughly the same.
And so that's why I'm not in this evidence in chief going to ask you for your responses to the micro critiques, if you like, of the different components of the modelling, because one of the things that Mr. Slack said is that in the end, what it all boils down to are these tables. I mean, either these are severe or not.
Correct. Well, I would say, and I don't want to go over all the stuff that was discussed yesterday again, but there is some important distinctions to make.
Please do.
And if we go back to where we started in terms of vision, validate, and predict and provide, the sensitivity test that we undertook at the request of Essex is based on traffic distributions that just look at journey to work data.
Right. You unpack that a bit and why it's important for the inspector to understand.
So the journey to work, whilst there's a lot of internalisation within Northern itself, and there's an appendix in my proof which sets that out for my robust one. What that will do is it won't necessarily take into account the fact, for example, schools, which in the morning account for a far greater percentage of all trips than journey to work data. There are no realistic routes for people going down to that roundabout to get to schools. So in actual fact, we're probably pushing more traffic to that roundabout to actually get more practice. So these are very much a worst case scenario from my perspective.
And by these, you mean the numbers, which ones? The ones at 1.6?
And 1.5, because they're based on the same premise.
So
I'm not sure.
let's break this down.
The development traffic. So we both use the same development traffic, which is the Essex approach. The Essex approach takes the vehicle trip rates from trips, and then they take, so say you've got 100 vehicles, then they said you need to do that according to the work data.
What is the journey to work? Sorry, I know this might sound.
That's
Can
fine.
you just break it down? What is the journey to work data?
Journey to work data is from the census. So when you fill in the census every 10 years, you say where you live, your postcode, say where do you go to work.
Okay.
And the journey to work data allows you to work out from whichever app there is, a 4 or 5, doesn't matter. It will tell you where routes like you can go to use Google Street View and journey paths and things to work it out.
So Essex's approach required you, they asked you to use journey to work data to work out in accordance with trips, trip generation rates. They use travel to work data to work out where people are going to go, basically, or in what direction they're going to go.
In where they could go.
And that's how we get to the number of
The development traffic.
the development traffic. And indeed how we work out, all right, well, how many cars will be going to Marston's
Correct,
roundabout or
correct.
whatever. Now, you've suggested to the inspector that, that's all very well, but it should be taken as worst case or overly conservative or whatever you said.
Yeah.
So can you just really break down why you say that these numbers are all worst case?
So some of the development traffic, for example, will be going to schools in the local area.
Okay, so take schools as an example. So how's the model, what's the model assuming about all those schools?
It's just
trips?
we'll be assuming a lot of it will be going through the Morrison roundabout, when in reality, if you look at where the geography is, they would probably go off the Hospital Road roundabout.
So the reason
That's
that-
the point.
is that-
I
yeah.
got you now. Okay, fine.
Just so I'm with you, the reason that the model's making that faulty assumption is because they're using transport to work data.
Yeah, so-
transport to work data in order to inform where people are going.
Exactly, and you know, if you whilst like I said, there is a lot of internalisation within Malden itself, there is equally a lot of people that go to Chelmsford. So when you take that approach, you are artificially pushing everybody through Morrison's roundabout. In reality, there will be a lot of people going into Malden itself. And whilst I picked on education,
You should say the same about other things.
on retail, because you know, 8 o'clock in the morning, are you really going to go to Chelmsford to do a shop? It's going to be a local trip. And why would you? There will be some people going down to Morrison's, but equally you've got a high street which you would probably go up the Hospital Road rather than go down.
Right. So what does that tell us then about these numbers that we see in the statement of common ground at 1.5, 1.6, when the inspector sort of views them and sort of tries to assess them and thinks about severity and all of that? What do you say he should be taking away?
I would say that they're very much at the upper end of what you would probably expect to see here when you look at it in a finer grain of detail. Like I say, I'm not trying to unpick them because we agree them, but the proportionality will become lower. And it will be importantly so within that threshold which I set out in the rebuttal, which the inspector talked about 90 seconds and nothing material. So that could again be even lower than that.
So just take, for a minute, take all the points that are made on the modelling approach, all of that against you, as it were. Assume that the inspector agrees with basically everything that's in Mr. Slack's proof about model. And he ends up then with thinking, you know, I thought about it, and actually the numbers at 1.5 of this statement coming from Mr. Slack's numbers, I think, are by far the more robust numbers. Assume that world. Does he then have, in your opinion, assuming Mr. Slack's numbers are correct, or as correct as we're going to get, does he have a basis upon which to find severity?
Yeah, I think he has a basis, and if you refer back to the threshold that I've given in my rebuttal on the proof, that it's not exceeded.
What's not succeeded?
Severity test in terms of delay,
Even on Mr. Slack's numbers?
even on Mr. Smith. I mean, if you look at it, they are so similar. We're talking about the same proportionality.
Let me give you the chance to answer a similar question to the one that I put to Mr. Slack. Have you come across before in your decades of work as a transport planner, circumstance where there's been a finding of severity from a Secretary of State or an inspector on the basis of these sorts of numbers at a single junction in the network?
Not mine.
So I suggested to Mr. Slack yesterday in cross-examination that therefore he was essentially asking our inspector to do something new, to take a step that we're not aware that anyone has taken before. As far as severity goes, what's your understanding of, Mr. Slack said, well, yes, he's not aware of a precedent, if you like, but what about you?
Well, I would say we'd probably go a step further, because it would be taking a 90-second threshold and bringing that pinpoint into that. So we're well within the 90 seconds that reflect in the court decision that I prefer to.
Is there anything else you'd like to add in your evidence in chief? Thank you very much, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes. Okay, I think it's probably appropriate to take a break now, and then we'll come back to hear cross-examination. Obviously, you need to be careful. Yeah. Okay. So we're just approaching 11:45. Let's break for 20 minutes. I'll adjourn until 11:05. Adjourn until 11:05. Yeah, well, good morning, everybody. We're 11:05 and the inquiry is resumed. So we heard evidence in chief from Mr. Bancroft this morning. It's now the turn of the council to ask him questions on that evidence. So, Mr. Grant, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Bancroft.
Morning.
We'll probably need the TA and the TAA, particularly Appendix P to the TA, and then it's the proofs. There will be other documents we go to, but
Appendix P, yeah, put that one. Yeah.
thank you. Having said all that, I'd like to start with some national policy from the NPPF, please. And it's starting on this concept of the vision-led. The NPPF has long recognised that highway capacity and congestion can be a reason to refuse development. Yeah?
It can be, as long as certain measures are met.
Sure, yeah. And many local plans do the same.
Correct.
And that's because a network, whether you're talking about links or junctions, can become effectively overloaded for too many cars on it. Or people.
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
Obviously, that can be improved through highway infrastructure works, but if you don't, there's a level beyond which demand can effectively exceed supply.
You
In
can
as
then-
much as too many vehicles want to be supplied.
that is obviously anything that can, anyway, you've got a level of capacity demand. It's not just limited transport, but the key thing is obviously is the severity of that in the context of the MPP.
Yeah, so we'll come on to severity next. I'm just going to talk about vision and approach at the moment. And if you get to a stage where demand is exceeding supply, that leads to things like excess queuing, additional journey times. If you're doing the NSIP stuff, you get into all sorts of discussions about the economic costs of delays, but generally, it's fair, isn't it, to say that the highway networks have a finite capacity.
Yes, I would say yes.
Yeah, as I said, obviously you can improve them, but assuming that. So the old world model, which you spoke a bit about, the chief, that's predict and provide. That involves effectively predicting the travel impacts of a development, and if there are worse side negative effects, that you need providing additional infrastructure. That's all correct, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
For that, you need robust and accurate trip generation.
You need robust. Question accuracy is obviously it's a forecast, so we have to accept that there are.
Oh yeah,
some-
of course.
Yeah,
But I mean, let me put it this way: if you're for a developer, I'm sure you were at this point in time in the old world, you would want to be predicting as robust as possible, but you wouldn't. You would also you would want to not overestimate impact because then
correct. Well, I think what you're referring to is the realistic assessment, not a worst case assessment.
no, but you want a realistic that vast. The recent NPPS brought in this vision approach. We're told it's defined, we go to the definition if you want. But I'll read it. It's an approach to transport planning based on setting outcomes for a development based on achieving well-designed, sustainable and popular places and providing the transport solutions to deliver those outcomes as well as predicting future demand. Yeah. So the new approach is about setting out and designing it. Yeah, correct. No dispute that's a change. But effectively that is a quality what the policies are.
If you break it down to its minutiae, it's what you said effectively, not predicting for the worst case increase in traffic, which is what used to happen many years ago.
Well, was it though? Because in the old predict and provide approach, as I say, if you're a developer or someone who's having to pay for this infrastructure improvements, you also would be wanting to predict the worst conceivable case that it could possibly be, because then you're going to provide potentially excess infrastructure capacity. So you want it to be robust, but you wouldn't sit down and say, I'll assume this is going to generate 1,000 additional movements because it's capped by 1,000.
I don't think I follow your question, but I will try and answer. So just a bit of context. So when I first started my career, we used to use things that were called 85th percentile trip rates. And that's effectively what Mr. Grant is referring to, where we used to look to work to that sort of worst case scenario. That changed many, many years ago to what we now refer to as average trip rates, which is what effectively Essex asked us to look at in this location. So I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying. I think it's slightly more nuanced than what you're alluding to.
Well, hang on a second, because you said you switched from 85th percentile to average trip rates many years ago. That's what Essex asked to here.
Yeah.
So that switch was before the change, because the vision-led approach changed in 2024.
Correct.
So this change under the old predict and provide from 85th percentile to average trip rates occurred before the change to vision approach.
Correct, but if you follow that to its natural conclusion, when I started my career, we were way over here on the left-hand side of the room where we were predicting lots and lots of traffic, and gradually over time, as there's a recognition that building more road capacity doesn't solve problems, the trip rates that we're now assessing, because we're trying to encourage people not to drive, are coming to the right-hand side of the room. They've gradually been coming down over time. It's now called vision and validate, vision-led approach. The profile of the trip rates that we're testing is coming down, and I've seen that over the 20 years of my career. Even the surveys that are in the TRIX database are coming down.
Well, we'll deal with the surveys in the TRIX database in a moment, but this sort of general trend that you're talking about in reducing trip rates, I'm just talking about policy at the moment under a predict and provide approach. You didn't like the word accurate, I used the word robust, but reasonable, better word. You want to predict accurately, reasonably what the development is going to generate in order to get the first capacity.
I think your question was more layered than that. You was almost suggesting that.
Well, can you answer yes or no, and then qualify?
Sorry, ask the question again.
My question was basically under the old predict, you would still want to be accurately predicting or generating vehicle.
Yes, so that's why we would use the industry standard TRIX database. But I think what you were saying was, if I was working for a developer, I'd want to make sure that those trips, I wasn't sure if you were saying they were higher or lower to effectively, I think you were saying this, and don't want to put words into your mouth, to almost not have to provide mitigation. Was that what you were alluding to?
So, sorry, I'll put it this way. The starting point and the point you just agreed with is you'd want an accurate prediction. Obviously, whenever you're doing forecasting, you build in degrees of proportion either way, because it's hard. Forecasting to an extent is an art rather than a science. My point was, under the old vision-led approach, if you're a developer who you may have to provide mitigation, so you wouldn't start from a position of in effect being over proportionate. It's not your interest to do so.
I see. So what I think.
That's my point.
Okay. So what I think you're saying is, in my TA, in your sort of world, it would be flipped. Almost, in my sensitivity test would be your core assessment. Is that what you're saying?
Leave the TA aside for the moment, because I suppose what I'm trying to get at here is, what I'm trying to talk about is the change that's come into this vision-led approach.
Yeah.
Because I think in your chief, you indicated that this change to the vision-led approach now meant that you were predicting fewer trips from predicting fewer trips and movements from a given development.
That is the general trend.
Yeah, but that's what I want to explore with you, because there's no dispute between us that there is a change from predict and provide vision to vision-led approach. I read that policy as being about a change in effect outcome. So you predict and you provide. On the one hand, you predict and you provide what's happening. On the other hand, you have vision-led approach. You say, I want this development to generate 100 vehicle movements and no more. So that's what we're going to make happen. Yeah, right? But even in a vision-led approach, we're dealing in the context, aren't we, where there's potential impacts on the highway, which, as we've discussed, is a capacity resource. You still need to be confident, don't you, that your outcome is correct, reasonable. Yeah. Sorry, you're nodding.
Sorry, yeah, I'm agree. It just seems like you're asking lots of questions. I was waiting for you to finish.
No, apologies. And so you still need to ensure that your methods of things like trip generation, mode check distribution are robust.
Based on accepted principles of calculating and forecasting, correct? Yeah.
And so take a given development, 100, put this one to the side. A given development, 100 homes. With all the various bits that go with it. There'll be some active travel, but it doesn't really matter. In 2022 or 3, you start by looking at the development, take into account all its various points, its active travel, etc. And you say, for example, and my numbers are going to be complete rubbish, so don't worry too much about them. This 100 homes will generate 200 vehicle movements. Yeah, with me so far? And the residual effect is X, so we provide 1. In 2020, take that exact same development, everything is the same, but you're looking at it now under a vision approach. Is it your case? Because there's 2 ways of doing it, right? One is you could say, we would still predict this 100 development, this 100 unit development will, as a starting point, generate 200 vehicle movements. So we're going to put in travel plans, additional mitigations to stop that. Is that the approach that you take?
Yeah, the actual approach hasn't changed. It's the way you consider the trip rates which changed. So in the predict and provide approach, it was very much focused on vehicle trip rates, and that's why in the sensitivity test and the TA, it is based on a vehicle trip rate. The vision and validate is a finer grain, so you take the person trips, as I was explaining to Mr. Simons earlier. That's the starting point, and then you start drilling down into other data sources which are accepted, such as a census and national travel survey, to have an idea how in a location people may choose to travel, or how you ideally you'd like them to travel.
Yeah, so I understand that's what you've done, and I understand that that is the change that you're now employing, and did that in section 6. But I suppose my questions, let me put it to you. So in effect, your approach is, on this vision-led approach, to start with assuming lower trip rates and generations from the exact same development than you would have predicted 2 years ago.
It may be in some locations, they might be higher. It just depends on what survey information you've got. So it's a generality, but as I said, even if you just go to the TRIX database and look at the vehicle trip rates that come out of it, they've been coming down over many, many years because people are changing their habits. We saw through COVID the advent of working from home, etc. I think you perhaps maybe oversimplifying it a little bit, but yes, the trips are coming down. That is the ultimate rider from a vision-led approach. The assumption is less vehicle trips.
Yeah, but I mean, you talked about even if you look at trips are coming down. But that in itself isn't a change from vision-led approach. If you started off just by looking at TRIX data per generation, you would you wouldn't be looking at TRIX data from the 1980s, for example.
Correct.
So that would be captured in the same approach of starting with looking at TRIX data. So that's
Yeah, but you have to appreciate that a database it has thousands and thousands of surveys, and it's highly unlikely, and I've never found it in my career where you get a directly comparable site that you could base your assessment from. So yes, they will be coming down, and your point is, I think, is that that's already inherently baked in, but they might have different characteristics of the sites that have been surveyed to the one that we're talking about here or anywhere else.
Yeah. But help me with this, because as we've agreed, the change in policy is meant to be substantially lead to a change in outcome. If you start off by predicting lower vehicle generation in the vision than you would have done, you're not necessarily changing, are you? You're changing your assumptions.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we're talking about hypothetics here, but in the context of this case, I don't think, I'm not wishing to be rude, sir, but it's kind of a so what question, because we've agreed with Mr. Slack that we're basing all our assessments on the vehicle trip rate. So that whilst I stand by the vision-led section, what we're deciding in terms of proportionality is what's in the statement of common ground. That's the point, and that's all based on the predict and provide trips.
Okay, so the thing is, in the questions that were put into the Slack, there was Mr. Simon's made the point several times that they don't agree with his numbers. That's fine, I don't put yours. So I wasn't sure if you're still relying on your TA section 6 and you want the inspector to look at
If
it.
I was, I would have put it in the statement of common ground.
Right, okay, so now this is just a fight between TA section 7 and Slack's approach and the implications.
And I
of
think
that
that's what we
severity.
agreed with Mr. Slack, is that the only bits of distance between us is the impact of severity based on his Appendix E, tables 3 and 4.
That is fine with me, thank you. I can put some cross-examinations. As I say, I wasn't clear that you were effectively asking the inspector not to look at that element, or not to rely on it. If that's your approach, that's fine. Does the same approach apply to the TAA?
Yes, because Mr. Slack, when we had my call with him after the CMC, his view was that he felt that what was in the TA was more in line with what he was expecting. So rather than spend hours and hours, which I think was the intention, discussing trip rates, I've basically taken what I considered to be the worst case scenario that I've tested and compared it with Mr. Slack's. And that's why we've got to the tables in the supplementary statement of common ground. The inspector, as I said earlier, is that I think those numbers in the tables are exaggerated, so they are worst case, going back to your earlier point, but they're still, when we get onto, I'm sure we come on to delays, from my perspective, they aren't severe.
No, that's absolutely fine. I just, I'm sure it's just me and everyone else. I think that if your case is not to rely on section 6, that's fine. You can get some.
I don't wish to be arguments, but I think I said that in my examination, Chief.
Well, the inspector will have to. That's fine. Moving then on to severity, still sticking with national policy. Point made by Mr. Simons and Chief, the NPPF doesn't tell us how to define and determine severe, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So, and there's no other national guidance telling us. So it's a quintessential exercise in judgment.
It's that holistic assessment, which I said, drawing on information.
Sorry,
from
was that a
models.
yes or a no?
Yes,
Yes, that's a question. of judgment.
but it's holistic.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I
Yeah.
just, and you've produced some appeal decisions. I'll take you to others fundamentally.
Effectively,
Effectively,
yes.
we've covered above that highway capacity is basically finite and limit beyond which it starts to break down. If it's well below that limit, then you could potentially add a large number of vehicles. A problem.
Yeah, if you've got more capacity, you can fill more in.
And those users don't perceive any problem.
Yeah.
If, on the other hand, it's at capacity or over capacity, then those additional vehicles go into a queue.
If you don't provide mitigation. But yes.
Yeah, assume you don't provide it.
Correct.
That queue tells back, and it's generally time and delay. All of the negative effects we used to talk about.
Yeah.
So we agree, I think, that the effect of adding a given number of vehicles can be different. Open junction is at capacity.
I mean, it goes without saying, yeah, of course.
And it could well be that adding a given number of vehicles could end up in a particular.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I don't think we disagree, do we? You said it, Chief. The MPPF test is severe residual cumulative impact.
Correct.
So we're looking at the cumulative effects.
Correct. And as I explained in Chief, the supplementary statement common ground agreed Mr. Slack includes all cumulative assessments, and as agreed with Mr. Slack in his cross-examination, you added development traffic on top of the cumulative development, what I refer to as without development in my examination sheet. And then the test is the difference between the with and without development scenario.
Yeah, but just looking at the impact, and take your point about it's within the ground, again, I don't think that's in dispute. I just want to test this point because you can have imagine this hypothetical. You've got a roadway that's already at or over plastic, yeah, and you've got say 5 or 10, say 10. Each of those is only going to add. So in isolation, not. But in context, if you add them cumulatively, say it would be.
No, I don't agree, because from a planning context, and I'm not going to teach you psychics, but you're familiar with the PPG, it talks about cumulative assessments, and obviously, whatever's been given the consent, you have to assume in a hypothetical world, which is the planning world that we live in, that situation that we're referring to effectively at this junction in question has been accepted as being the point at which there's not considered to be a severe impact at that location. What we are trying to test is the proportionality effect of us over and above that. So it takes into account the cumulative effect, but we take that from a point in time when all that other development traffic is on the network.
But that's sort of what I'm trying to test with you. Because I understand what you've done, but can you see a situation where, or if you only ever test a small division, you could end up with a significant impact on development arising just by virtue of a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, couldn't you?
You could do, but equally, you could find a situation where there might be a scheme and it gets to the point where Essex, in this instance, insists that actually you are the point at which I can no longer support any further growth in this location. We have to do some mitigation. We aren't there in this situation.
No, I'm just testing, stay in the hypotheticals for a moment. I understand your point when we get to the facts, and we'll come to the facts and reviews. But I'm testing the point that if you only ever, you've got a series of developments that only ever, and you don't, and it's always just a little bit, and it's in itself severe proportional.
Yeah.
You could end up with a significant severe impact on the network just by virtue of, in the Greenbelt context, we're going to death by 1,000 cuts. No, right, isn't it? I think you
Yeah.
agree. Yeah. You make a point somewhere in various places in your brief, I don't think you brought it up in Chief, that there's obviously daily variation in movements. That's true, but any new vehicles will be in addition to that daily variation. Yeah. Talk a little bit about appeal decisions, again, just looking at the context. No dispute between us, these are examples of how things have been decided. Yeah. They're all to do with different roads and schemes. They are written primarily for the parties to the appeal, so we don't always have context to the point you made about what decisions we introduced. Yeah. They're not usually designed to provide guidance on their instances of decisions being made on a particular fact.
Yes, but they provide useful context as to, for example, we can talk about the Lee's decision that I referred to. I was interested. Sorry, I just addressed the inspector. I think when you were talking for the tables, you were quite interested in the total delay. We just go to my rebuttal. And it is in Appendix C.
Appendix C or
Yeah,
E?
C.
C, C, yeah.
So this is where I've referred to the sort of 90-second change as a threshold, but to just give you some further context in terms of the tables that are in the statement come around, you can see the total degrees of delay there, sort of 300 or 432 and 553. That's considerably lower than what's in the supplementary statement coming around at the junction we're talking about, just for context.
And this decision's almost 10 years old now, once we've got it up.
I don't think the delay of
The
time.
answer is yes.
Yes, but I don't think time has changed in that. The way that people view time has changed in that time.
We don't have a tremendous, you're using it for the context about the number of seconds, but again, we've just discussed they're all individual cases. Yeah.
But it gives you an idea of what is and isn't acceptable. Yes, but it doesn't give you, what it tells you is that the increases that we're talking about are well within a threshold in a location where delays are far higher. So going back to the severity point and the high bar, we're nowhere near this situation.
And just to be completely clear, this passage that we quoted and highlighted at section 6, that's from where the inspector summarising the parties arguments.
Correct.
She does, I think, to be fair, adopt then at 6.5.5 in her section 8, that we don't have that. She doesn't adopt the things about it's inconceivable.
I think she actually refers to the significant delay would be made slightly worse is the phrase I think is important. And then, however, this could not be considered severe.
And again, but again, I mean, had this inspector had this is a decision of the Secretary of State. Had the Secretary of State wanted to issue guidance saying, for example, an increase of 50 seconds, an increase of 90 seconds, or after this decision, she could have done so, couldn't she? Or whoever it was in 2016.
Or put it into the MPPF, you mean?
PPG.
But they haven't done that now.
No, I know that, but they could have done.
They could have done, but they've obviously chosen not to.
They've chosen not to define.
Yeah.
They've chosen not to look at appeal decisions like this and say, this is it, this is the guidance, this is the height. They don't do any of that, do they?
No, but it gives you an idea of what has and hasn't been accepted.
In specific cases.
Yes, but we're all we're talking about people and going about their daily lives, right? So I don't think 50 seconds or whatever it is any different from me sat here in Essex or somebody sat in Birmingham. 50 seconds is still 50 seconds, right?
Yes, 50 seconds is 50 seconds, and we'll probably come on to this when you talk about scenario C, 26 vehicles, 26 vehicles. But when you're travelling, context is important, isn't it?
Yes.
So 50 seconds in one roundabout, at one junction, particularly if it feels like it's moving fast, might well feel different to 50 seconds stuck in another one, in a different context.
It could do, but I don't think the MPPF talks about context, does it?
Well, I just asked you were talking about the lived experience, and I was saying if you want lived experience, context is important. We agreed that the same delay can feel very different.
And I said the time is the same, doesn't matter where you are. 50 seconds is still 50 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. But in terms of how it translates into user experience, which is what we're talking about, it is actually contextual. And it is. We've just agreed.
Well, I don't actually agree, actually, sorry. I think 50 seconds is 50 seconds. If I'm sat in my car, 50 seconds is still 50 seconds.
But I won't go over it. Can you turn to CDQ 12, please? This decision from Pope's Lane, it's from 2019. Yeah. So it's after the 2016 decision referred to the scheme 140 dwellings. I don't think that is particularly material. DL13, please tells you what the main issues are on these highways.
Yeah.
And that section begins at paragraph 38 and onwards.
Yeah.
Don't intend to read it all, but we pick up at paragraph 55, which is at the bottom, paginated and numbered page 12.
Yeah.
So that talks about the development forecast to generate 79 traffic movements, not large numbers, but in a situation where some junctions are already under pressure, a relatively small increase may be significant.
Sorry, I've lost it.
Paragraph 55.
55. Yeah.
The proposed development is forecast to generate 79 traffic movements in the AM peak and 72 in the PM. These are not large numbers. In a situation where some junctions are already under pressure, a relatively small increase may be significant, especially where the effect is to push some junctions closer to their capacity or beyond. Not a point with which you disagree.
Which paragraph is this, sorry?
55.
So I wasn't aware of this because it's not referenced in Mr. Slack's evidence and relied
No, but
upon.
it's one that you got. It's one that I think the appellants put in on housing. For housing.
Yeah. I've not relied on this in my evidence. So.
No, trust me.
So 55. That's what we discussed earlier, so the concept of it as well.
So I agree with all of that. And it continues in any event. The NPF makes clear that impact will be considered on a cumulative basis. And it's a cumulative impact.
Mhm.
Again, a point with which we don't disagree.
Correct.
If you follow that down, the effects I think in this case are bigger than the ones in ours. I don't disagree. You see that set out in paragraph 56, 57, 58, talking about junction escape 2, RFCs around 0.99, 0.96. At one point it goes up to RFC 1.13.
Yep, I can see that.
Yep. Yep, and then at DL 16, the inspector ties it all together, making the point that on the facts of that particular case, that there would be significant, that the impact would be significant, and then where the network's already under strain, the cumulative effect is taking impact. So I don't think there's any dispute between us that taken in the round and on the side, it is possible. This is an example of an inspector looking at an individual impact, which on its own significant, but when on a network under strain, with everything else, it crosses the line to split. Yeah.
Just trying to catch up because I haven't seen the same. That's what they're saying, but I think, again, for the inspector's benefit, in para 60 talks about evidence before him. They've not summarised that in here, so I'm not sure you can actually necessarily rely on this in its entirety because there isn't the context for this particular case.
No, that's fine. I mean, that point about, I'm just asking about general approaches.
And I think we've agreed
The
that.
general approach.
We've agreed that. But you've taken me explicitly to this case and asked me the question. And my answer is para 60. So he hasn't contextualized, he or she, the inspector, hasn't contextualized why he's reached that, or she has reached that conclusion. That's different to the examples that we've shown you. We've actually given you actual numbers that allow those inspectors to reach a decision. This isn't set out in the same level of detail. So, maybe our team had put this in. I wasn't aware of it. Mr. Slack had the opportunity to present a similar level of information, and that hasn't been put in. This feels a little bit like a new question, and it doesn't seem like it's coming from Mr. Slack.
Well, we've had discussions about the approaches.
And we've agreed that,
Okay.
but you're now saying, you're pointing to this, and I think what you're saying is this location, the inspector has found that once you get to an RFC of 1.13, that's unacceptable.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Sorry, if that's what you're taking, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay,
not
that's where it's-
using it for the specifics.
Okay.
You're talking about just the generalised approach, because there does seem to be, and I can't quite put my finger on the distinction between whether you just look at, for example, adding 30 seconds, or whether you're looking at the context of the 2-minute wait. And so this appeal decision, the one we put in that you spoke about with Mr. Simons, is all about the point that you look at the other inspectors have, and I think we're agreed at the end, you can look at it in context, so it's all as part of that kind of 2-minute wait.
Provided you've got all the information,
Yeah.
that's unacceptable. And I don't think we're going to fall out about that. But what I'm taking issue with this particular one is it doesn't give the inspector the level of information to provide justification as to why this would take elevation over the examples that we provided. It hasn't got the same level of detail.
And I mean, as we covered at the start, appeal decisions generally don't have the detail because they're written for parties to the appeal. So they're all limited in utility and accident. And as I said, I'm not using this. I mean, if it helps, I'm really not going to close on our RFC of 1.13 is of itself, therefore definitely severe, because this appeal decision says that's not what I'm asking you.
Okay.
Is there any final point on this? Is there any dispute between us that? Sorry, I'll come back to that in a sec. ID9 you've talked about with Mr. Simons. Again, I think we might end up having the same discussion. In as much as your point was there isn't the context, and your point in chief was there isn't the context. We can't say why this particular.
The West Sussex example, you mean?
Yes, that's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's no
So-
context. There's no context there at all. And as I explained, I went to the trouble of looking at the transport assessment that's submitted as part of that application, and they didn't do any junction modelling. So the inspector can't, in my view, the inspector can't rely on that because it doesn't give him the ability to have a metric to measure by.
But that's fine in terms of the specific facts of application. But again, we agree that's another example.
And I think you, when we were just talking about the Leeds example, there was a slight degree of criticism, and that was an old decision. West Sussex is also relatively old, isn't it?
It's been 17, isn't it? Fine, thank you. Possibly a planning question rather than a transport one, so let me know.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
I like straight outside my area specialism every now and then.
If the inspector is against us that the impact is severe, it's open to him, isn't it, to still maybe fine, but it may well be substantial.
I don't agree. Where does it say that in the MPPF? As a reason?
No. So there's a refusal threshold of severe.
Yeah.
The inspector may well agree with us on the fact there are some adverse traffic impacting.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't disagree, would you, that those ought to be weighed in balance?
Fair point. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the
But in answer to the question, would I consider it substantial? I would say unequivocally no, because it's one junction out of all the junctions that have been assessed. And Mr. Slack has confirmed that we're actually just talking about one very finite part of MPPF 116, because safety isn't an issue. So I don't think you can go from elite to substantial just based on an RSC, perhaps going over one or going slightly worse than one, based on one location.
Sure. So that's your views on whether it is. In an elegant question.
Sorry, and just on that point, whilst we're talking about appeal decisions, if we go to the Essex decision, please. ID8, I think.
Is it to do with the question? Is it prompted by the question?
Well, it's yes, because
Okay.
it's just qualifying my point. I don't think you can say something substantial because of an impact at one location. If you go to para 108, and I won't read all of it, but the final sentence. The council case appears to rest on the forecast performance of one junction, which is exactly the same as we've got here. And I presume the inspector would have taken that into around in the planning sense as well.
The only point that I was making, and put aside some of that, and I think we're a reasonable point about coordination.
So you asked me directly about substantial. So
I said it would
wondered-
be open to him to give.
You asked me on my opinion, I think.
I'll be more precise. You don't, and I think we've agreed, you don't dispute that to the extent it might have those traffic impacts, even if it's not severe, it falls within the impact.
Yes, and the substantial word that you used, I don't think is met in this location.
No, I understand. Turning then to some bits on the modelling. I want to iron out just some key terms to make sure we're talking about the same thing, please. Trip generation is how many trips the development generates. Yeah.
Correct.
Mode share is how those trips are undertaken.
Correct.
Distribution is where they go on the network.
Correct.
You spoke a bit about the census data in chief and the journey to work data. Census goes to every household in Britain.
Correct.
Has to be filled in by law.
Yes, but not everyone does.
Can result, it can, not always will, but can result in a fine if it's not done. It's put together by the ONS, Office of National Statistics.
Yeah.
No dispute between us that the census is
Correct.
there's some discussion about MSOAs, probably falls by the wayside now, but stands for middle layer super output area.
Yep.
It's a tool used in analysing census data.
Correct.
Typically comprises 2,000 to 6,000 households.
I don't know the exact number, but yeah.
And census collects journey to work data, as you spoke about in chief. It doesn't collect data from other countries.
It does not know.
National Travel Survey, this is a voluntary survey.
Yeah.
Goes to about 16,000-ish individuals.
Yep.
Of which 55% fully cooperate, roughly.
If you've got those numbers in front of you, I'll have to.
Well, I've got it from the WYG paper.
Okay.
I can take you to it if you want to.
No, I'm not disputing it.
No, that's fine. It's paragraph 2.1 of Mr. Simons. Mr. Chadley want to check that I'm not putting something on to you. ECC, when they were speaking about your, when they were giving you initial feedback on this and the pre-app response, described that as a limited sample size.
That's what they said.
It relies on a 7-day written diary.
Yep.
Self-completed.
Yep.
So it depends on their own verification. And it's not, I think, location specific. Tricks.
Can I just stop you there in terms of National Travel Survey data? So if we go to document P18, which Mr. Slack put into the document.
Tag unit M4 forecasting uncertainty.
Something. Me.
Give me a P number. What? Yeah.
E18 is the one that I'm looking at.
Yeah. Go to page 58 of that document, sir. Appendix B, section 4B.4, entitled Recommended Data Sources. You go to the third bullet point when you're there, sir. Recommended data source, third bullet point, National Travel Survey.
Then if we get on to, when we get on to ECC's pre-app response, they made a number of criticisms about using the National Travel Survey, didn't they?
They-
What
they-
ends up being your section.
They have made observations which they're entitled to do, but WebTag is from the government. So we talked earlier about the MPPF could have inserted certain clauses, etc. The government have chosen and have explicitly referred to recommended data sources in relation to this document, which underpins traffic modelling and forecasting. And one of the recommended data sources there is the National Travel Survey, which, from your questioning, you were seeking, I think, to say it wasn't particularly accurate, or not as accurate as the census data.
Well, I'm just exploring the National Survey and what it does in its limitations.
Okay.
I think we all agree with the limitations. And you're absolutely right. It uses the government recommends what it recommends.
Yeah.
TRIX is a database of transport surveys. So cheap. I don't know if you have the number to hand, but my Googling indicating it's got over 10,000 or so.
It's got loads.
Left.
Yeah.
In use since 1989. Yeah.
Yep.
No disputes, commonly used in transport field. And in terms of it sends contractors out on site to conduct site observations. Yeah.
Yep.
And they do so by reference to mode, car, pedestrians, etc.
Sometimes, not always.
No dispute between the TRIX is reliable.
It's like any database. It's obviously got limitations.
So, yes,
But yes, but it's like you said earlier, it's a forecast, so there is some science behind it. Of course it is.
hang on.
It has
Going to site, take it, and the database of travel surveys that they've seen.
the surveys isn't no.
No,
But
sorry,
the way it's used is to inform a forecast.
yeah, but right. And the way it's used to inform a forecast, though, that's the work that you do. That's not the work that TRIX does.
No,
No, so
but
the
equally,
TRIX database
but-
itself isn't a forecast.
no,
That's just a collection of surveys.
it's a survey which we use for forecasting, as we do the census data that you referred to, as we also use the National Travel Survey. It all goes into the round.
TRIX allows you to filter the number of surveys by, for example, region and area.
It does, but the most current guidance says you don't need to do that anymore. So I don't know if you've had a look at that, but that's changed.
But it allows you to do it
It does allow you to do it, but that's not the recommended approach anymore.
by number of dwellings.
Yep.
Public transport provision,
It can do.
location.
Yep.
Population.
Yep.
Car ownership.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you can filter it to a close area.
But then you end up with very, very few sample sizes. So again, the TRIX database talks about making sure you have a good sample size, which I think is similar to the point you were making about the National Travel Survey versus the census data.
And this point about guidance that you said that they say don't do, is that just by region area, or are you saying TRIX now says don't filter at all?
It says it doesn't filter at all. It makes no difference in their assessment of their database. Can I just, I have to, again, sorry, Inspector, I'm going to sound a little bit rude, but these are sort of a so what question, because we've agreed with Mr. Slack, we're basing the proportionality on the ECC trip rates.
Well, let me ask my question.
Yeah.
Mr. Simons can make submissions about whether he thinks they were pointless.
Yeah.
When we get to junction modelling, you use the Junctions 10 software.
Which I think was the current one at that stage, yeah.
Now Junction. Yeah.
But as I said in Evidence in Chief, the underlying formulas haven't changed since the 70s. The differences that exist between the packages is that they refine the sort of the presentation and the stuff that you can get out of it, but the underlying formulas have not changed.
This is, I mean, used it. It's the market leading software for this.
It's the industry standard.
Industry standard.
Yeah.
Software. Yeah. And so, presumably, we're on Junctions 11 now. You use Junctions 10 regularly. The software itself is regularly updated.
Fairly regularly, yeah.
Is it? It's commercial piece of software.
Yes, you pay for it.
Yeah. That's been.
Before I started, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it used to be you had a massive computer that just did RTM modelling, and now it's on your laptop. But yeah,
So you make the point that the precise algorithm.
It hasn't changed at all now.
No. But the people who run the company, had there been any concerns about it, could well have done.
The last time they checked it was in 1990, so that was when I was 10. I'm now 45.
And if they were, but if had they been getting blowback or appeal decisions or concerns arising, people saying, hey, the software's now outdated because they've not updated their model. Not updated their output, sorry. That could have been done.
That could have been done. But it's like anything. Any model is a tool, and it allows a practitioner to interpret it.
You spoke a bit in chief about the outputs of this, the ratio to flow capacity, delays, queue lengths. It's also got the levels of service.
Correct.
Another outcome. You've got E, unstable and approaching capacity. You've got F, demand exceeds capacity.
Correct. And the function of level of service is the delay, just for reference.
You said, so just so I understand, when you say the function of level of service is delay, you're saying level of service is determined based on the amount of delay.
Correct. So that's why I say delay is the most important.
When you come to open junctions 10 or 11, just to understand how you set all this up, you start with topographical plan.
You can do, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes using AutoCAD.
Yep.
Put in, I think you said in chief, the detailed geometries of the junction roundabout, things like its width, length, any bypasses, etc.
All points which are agreed with Mr. Slack.
Yeah,
Correct.
and then you input traffic data on top of that.
Correct.
That traffic data is taken from site observations.
Correct.
Yeah. We know there are daily variations, particularly that. And so the more on-site observations you do, it will iron out more of those daily variations.
In theory.
There may well also be an element of calibration.
You can do, yeah. Not absolutely necessary, but
So we agree, don't we, that the model is detailed.
it has detailed inputs, yeah.
And it's junction specific. All the things we just spoke.
The measurements are, but obviously the algorithms are based on surveys from junctions that might not directly reflect. So, as with any tool, you have to treat it with a little bit of a degree of caution, as with any model.
And but the fact that you used it, the fact that it's industry standard, is the best thing you've got.
It is. And I'll just take you now to another section of WebTag, if I may. And also the supplementary statement, common ground.
You're going to rely on it. It says you've got to use judgment to interpret the output.
I am indeed.
I mean, I don't. That's common ground.
Okay, yeah.
So in terms of the outputs, you get your RFC, you get your queue length, you get your delay, you get your service. Level of service you say correlated.
Yep. And delay is a function of the RFC. So that's why delay is the most important.
Sure. But delay, I mean, as you said, 28 seconds. You'll use 20 seconds here. It's the same everywhere, I would say. 20 seconds, 20 seconds. What the level of service does is it puts that in the context, doesn't it, of this particular junction.
Correct.
So whilst you get the delay output, 28 seconds is the level of service. What effectively contextualizes it and tells you how well this junction is working.
I don't disagree. Can I just take you to Mr. Slack's appendices, please? Appendix E.
To his proof or his rebuttal?
His rebuttal. Sorry, his proof. Appendix E. Where we spent most of yesterday with Mr. Simons when we were cross-examining. let me know when you're there.
Well, are you taking me there to talk about specific figures?
I'm taking you there to talk about level of service, which you were just referring to. Okay.
So where do you want me to go?
Table 3 and Table 4.
Appendix E.
Yep. Which is used to inform the supplementary statement common ground.
Sure.
The one bit that isn't included in the supplementary statement common ground is the level of service, because we're relying on delay. But so if you look at those tables, the level of service is referenced as LOS.
Okay, yeah.
So in this context, if you look at the difference between 3 and 4, where you've got the red numbers, which is the limbs of the junction that are operating over capacity, you'll note there's no change in level of service. So in the context of this junction, there is no noticeable change.
And that's point one. The fact it's no, no change in the service.
No change level of service.
Sure, but I'm interested in why you bring it to his attention.
Because you were talking about context, and
Yeah.
this is the context of this junction, so there's no change in level of service.
Yeah. And you,
So my point about 30 seconds is 30 seconds here is no different. Materially, there's no different.
so yes, you think it's important.
Correct. Which is as you'd expect, because the changes in delay are so.
In terms of the profiles, when you're talking the flat direct 1 hour point, nobody's talking about hourly in this case. Nobody's used hourly. Sorry.
We're not. I think, as far as I'm aware, we're not using hourly. Whilst Mr. Slack in his proof talked a lot about hourly, he decided not to use it. And I thought, again, I think we agreed on the models that we're referring to test proportionality. So, again, I think it falls into the sort of so what question.
We're agreed that flat was, I think, I can't remember which one we covered it. Flat's consistent with the time direction.
Correct.
Yeah. We know scarce traffic varies and fluctuates, so direct tends to be more representative than flat.
It can be. That's informed by the survey. So you can get situations where, but just to explain, the surveys are recorded in 15-minute segments. And you can get situations where the flows are equally split 25% in each hour. Sometimes there's maybe slight variations.
We're now only concerned with 2 of the model. There were 4 models: TA section 6, section 7, TA 8, Slack, and for our purposes, 2.
Right.
So, I want to cover a bit some points about what happens in the TA section 7, please. Now, you've said you did. You've tripped generation from what is now Appendix M in the TA, the tricks rates, the Essex gauge.
Yeah, the Essex approach.
Yeah. Because they've used tricks rates, am I right in thinking that doesn't then get broken down by load check? That basically tells you.
I've just taken it as read. I've not sought to manipulate it. And so when I did the distribution, as I was explaining to the inspector, we just assumed that everyone's going to work, which is clearly incorrect or robust story.
In terms of the growth rates you've employed, under Section 6 it was just temporary growth. Under Section 7 you have included the specific, and
Correct.
you've reduced the temporary growth.
Incorrect. We changed the study area to reflect the difference between 004 and 005. Just so that we're aligned with Essex's general request.
So, help me with this then. We go to CD A13 appendices A to J.
page I'm in now. I've got them open. Yeah, apps 1, is that right? I think that's what it's referred to on there.
It's going to be page 219.
And hopefully my page numbers are gone.
I've got it in. Core documents A13. And then I've got the TA and 2 sets of appendices. I've got appendices A to
I'm on the
J.
A to J. Yeah.
So PDF page 219.
2-1.
My page number's gone. What appendix are you in? Sorry, my technology's failed.
No. I think it's in your appendix B.
Oh, right, okay.
Go down to 21. Start at 217. Please, when you get there. 217.
In the TA?
PDA 13. PDA 13. I've got 3 PDFs, the TA, and then 2 sets of appendices of different PDFs.
Appendix B of the TA is the master plan.
Ah, might be appendix J. I've got it under. It's appendix J.
Oh, these are the model outfits.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go down to page 2.
Has he got some further context? Because sorry, I have some
Yeah, no,
page
that's fine.
numbers.
If you go to 217, I mean, I picked this one at effectively random. It's actually not the junction we're talking about, but page 217 starts with it is the model output for the junction 5 Haybridge approach A41.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
So we've got
Are you on the front page of that?
the front page of that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We've got 8 scenarios: base, future, plus committed, and then plus committed plus plan. Yep.
Oh, hold on.
And then if we scroll down to 219, we've got a demand set summary.
Yeah.
And on the right hand side, we've got relationship. On the left hand side, we've got IDs, D1, D2, D3, and on the right hand side, we've got relationship. So D1 and D2 are 2023 base, D3, D4 are the future, and the relationship you see on the right hand side between, say, D3 future is D1 times 1.0412.
Correct.
Now, so that is effectively the growth factor.
Correct.
Yeah. And that is different to the tempo factor that was used in your second set. Yes. Now, so that is because that's before development, that is a different tempo growth. It helps the tempo growth parameters.
I know what that is. I'm just trying to find something. but I can't find what I was carry on.
No, that's all right. So yes, we agree that these are different.
Yeah,
And that's, I mean, not a criticism, both Essex and the good practice tag unit say we should reduce temporary to make sure we're not going to double counting community development. So it's no criticism.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is double counting. I'm fairly sure it's because we use a different output area, but I can't find where it is. But in any event, we're agreed what we're testing is the tables that are in statement common ground, which use the same flows. You have to forgive me, so it was a long time ago. Assessment.
We come into section 7, the TA.
Yeah.
And you used the flat profile in this one.
Yes.
Table 7.2 gives you trip rates, and then, 7.2 gives you the junction modeling without development. 7.3 gives you modeling with development.
Which informs the statement common ground, correct?
Yeah. And if we just look at some of the impacts here, obviously the RFC, for example, because we're looking at line 5, aren't we? This is junction 5.
Yeah.
RFC on ANP goes from 0.95 to 99. The delay goes from 43 seconds to 82 seconds. 44 to 43. Yeah.
And if you wanted to, rather than try and flip between those two tables, if you wanted to go to my proof, rather than trying to flip over pages, it's all set out on page.
I mean, we've got the tables, right?
It's just that they're side by side. That was all. It has the RFCs and it also has delays on the same page.
Absolutely, but we can, I mean, AM delay goes from 43.9 seconds to 32.8 seconds, yeah?
Yeah.
So almost doubling.
Second increase.
On a 42 second base, so almost double.
Still 40 seconds.
So it's yes bar.
Yeah, if you've got 10 vehicles and you double it to 20, because you're starting from a low base, just because you're doubling something doesn't mean it's a significant proportional increase.
We've got the Q, same point, goes from 16.7 to 33.1 in the air, again, it's doubling, presumably subject to the same caveat that we just set out. Yep. And the level of service, certainly on the AM peak, goes from an E to an F. Yeah?
Yeah.
Hang on, so we're agreed then that the level of service, that this, on this bit, on your analysis on TA section 7, this is enough to change the level of service, downgrade the level of service.
In the same, if you go with the red, amber, green, it does, but it's still in the same situation. And just if we go back to the Essex appeal decision, so given we're talking about doubling and talking about Q limits and things, if we go to page, I think it's page 67 of the what just there. Power 67, sorry. Second sentence talks about maximum queue lengths. 267. So sorry, a PCU. So it's a transport modeling measurement for the passenger car unit. So what it equates to is a level of space on the road network. And that's 267 of those passenger car units and 118. We're nowhere near that. Either in the assessment that obviously Essex reviewed and accepted, and I point you back to their decision where they said the TA was suitable, which is this is in the TA, and obviously it's very similar to what Mr. Slack's got in his Appendix E.
You make a point about, in effect, the other arms, either other arms or other functions functioning fine. It's this kind of proportionality thing. But the roundabout's part of the network, isn't it? Junctions are.
It's part of a junction and also importantly a network.
Part, that's in effect an interconnected whole. Yeah. For those travelling and you need to go through that roundabout, it doesn't stop it being an inconvenience or a problem. The fact that they could get through the other ones.
Well, it could be an inconvenience for them, but what we haven't done in this situation is make any allowances for travel behaviour that would arise potentially from that. I mean, we're all sat in this room. I assume we all drive. If we know somewhere near to our house, we're going to encounter a delay, that is not uncommon for people to change their habits. And again, this was a point that was debated in relation to the Rochester application. Go to para 106 to that. So it talks in here about what's referred to as peak spreading. So are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's where people start elongating or changing their departure times. It also talks about choosing alternative routes. Now, in this case, they didn't rely on that. We've not relied on it, but it is an important consideration because, like I said earlier, in respect to the traffic distribution point, there are mitigating factors here where I think, even though we're talking about small delays, they are very much worst case. In both my modelling, which was in the TA, which obviously Essex have reviewed and considered, and also which Mr. Slack has relied upon, I get to the same result.
You say you don't rely on it, you didn't rely on it in this case.
But it is a material.
As far as it goes, it says, looking at the last line, there's only one piece of evidence in that case, there's none here. And this does show there's some potential, albeit slight, for some people to vary their time of travel.
So it does confirm my sorry. So it does confirm my contention that if people change their habits as they might do here, the delays that are reported and agreed in the statement of common ground, it's reasonable to assume that they would be lower.
We've got no quantification of that.
But we're not reliant on it. But what I'm saying is, so that means the delays that the inspector's considering is will be lower than what we're asking to make a decision on.
We spoke just in terms of the failing and countervailing factors. You say there are points that say that actually the delays will be lower than it's anticipated, but we've discussed this uses a flat profile, so it assumes an even distribution of traffic. Yeah.
It does,
yeah.
but equally, Mr. Stacks used a direct one, and we get to the very similar levels of delay as we discussed earlier and yesterday, and as is set out in the supplementary statement of common ground.
But that's that. Your point that we've discussed and covered the fact that the growth rate here is lower. You've given us a reason, which is you've looked at a different MSOA, but I don't find that anywhere.
But as I understand it, it's an agreement, and that was reached yesterday, that what's in the supplementary statement of common ground, those two models are taken as read. So I understand, I'm happy to answer these questions, but all these building blocks have been taken into account when we've got to those tables.
I mean, I think the statement of common ground indicates that this is what's reflected in the models you produce.
And Mr. Slack.
Yeah. The delays identified by the appellant, its council confirmed better reflected than section 6 are as follows. So when you say taken as read, I mean, there's nothing.
I'm not disputing what Mr. Slack has done, because we've accepted that the difference in the proportionality is so small. As I think I used the expression in the same ballpark. So it's like with any model, people can look at it in a slightly different way. Me and Mr. Slack have done that, and we've got to ostensibly the same conclusion in terms of the increase in delay.
The thing is, Ms. Bancroft, in your chief, you covered that. You covered what TA section 10 said, and then you said, but it's overly proportionally cost. So these are the things that I'm going into. Your
And
point
as I-
about it's over proportionally. But if you're saying, actually, don't say it's over proportionally, let's just focus on this.
I think I've said to you, I'm not relying on it. I'm just giving the inspector some further context. But in actual fact, I'm happy with those delays. I'm happy to debate those delays. But what I'm saying is, in reality, they will be lower. That is my firm belief for the reasons I've set out. But we can debate those increases. That's fine.
I really just want to understand, because you can say, I'm happy to rely on it, which you do. You then say, oh, but in any event, it's low, which indicates you want the inspector to think that it might be lower. That
It's giving
so
further
that's
context.
what I'm trying to get.
I'm giving further context. What I'm saying is, what's in the statement common ground, that is what we're asking the inspector to make his decision on. But as with everything, and in any model, as I set out, it has to be agreed with a degree of caution for the reason I've set out. We're talking about 50 seconds. I've taken the inspector and himself to the Leeds decision as an example. I gave the context in terms of the overall delay at that junction, 500 odd seconds or whatever it was, I haven't got it in front of me. I've related that back to the context of Malden, considerably lower overall delay. We've talked through the Essex modelling. I'm demonstrating, I'm not deviating from what's in the statement common ground. What I'm saying is there's a wealth of evidence and a weight of evidence here that those 50 seconds is not severe.
If it's of any help to Mr. Grant and Mr. Simons for that matter, since I do have the addendum to the statement to common ground, I'm happy to use that as the basis on which I'll reach a judgment on whether or not there's severe consequences on the congestion as far as the highway is concerned, rather than delve into matters that may or may not reduce that further.
That's fine. So if that's fine. So that's helpful. Pick up the role of Essex, please. No dispute, the council's a statutory consultee. Yeah.
Correct.
To put in the opening, the inspector needs cogent, had reasons to depart from it. So we agree that he can depart. You don't agree he should, but he can.
If you so wish, I mean, he could depart from any statutory consultee.
And things for the inspector to consider would be things like whether the consultees appeared and allowed its views to be scrutinised.
That might be something that he could consider, but obviously in this instance we've got a statement common ground that's signed.
Whether it's looked at all relevant documents.
Sorry, what's that?
Whether the consultee has looked at all relevant documents. If the inspector thinks there's something important the consultee is not looked at, that might affect whether he decides to give it.
He could make that consideration, but I'm not sure that Essex have not done that as part of the application.
I'm just testing the theory at the moment.
Right.
Whether it's made any mistakes, I don't just mean disagreeing with something verifiable.
Yeah.
And things like the quality of its reading.
Yeah.
Can we turn up CDS 3, please? Here's this statement of common ground. 30. So in terms of how this came about, you drafted it, gave it to Essex, they may or may not have amended it, and then signed it.
The process was I reached out to them to see if firstly they would consider the information that was coming forward as part of this appeal, and they were very clear that they wouldn't, and I think they gave the same message to Mr. Slack. I then drafted it, we sent it to them, and as you'll see there's an appendix which we had a meeting with them that followed it. We made the changes on the screen. We had to go away and provide some further details in terms of drawing numbers, etc. And then we provided that back to them to sign. That's the process, which is fairly standard.
we go down to 2.16, please?
Yeah.
It says the TA included modelling using hourly input methodology, creating a simplified peak. Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't cover. The TA doesn't put hourly at all. 2.16 is stated on the ground.
Correct.
So, an error in the statement on the ground for Essex Minster.
Yeah.
Second point, I think you just very fairly said, ECC didn't look at any of the appeal documentation.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Grant. I'm just a step behind you there. I've got to 216. What are you drawing my attention to?
2.16 opens with the TA included modelling using hourly input methodology. It creates a synthesized peak, so it explains what hourly is.
Yeah.
And neither the TA nor the TA is hourly methodology. TA is flat. So accepted. ECC didn't look at any of the appeal documentation, so they've not looked at, for example, Mr. Slack's evidence. Yeah, of course. We had, didn't we, a detailed pre-app response. You did, sorry. You had fairly detailed pre-app response from Essex.
Yeah.
Following your draft TA, you did the TA, and TA had your meetings, and then the output of all of that is we get their response at CDD 45. Which is the substantive reasonings contained in first paragraph talks about the documents submitted with the planning application. The second paragraph talks about what the proposals involve. The third paragraph contains the majority of their reasoning. The fourth paragraph contains the conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So all of their reasoning is basically contained in this paragraph, and it is, well, for example, substantially less detailed than their pre-app response.
The pre-app response was going to minutiae of details to input. I think this is written for a layperson to understand. That was what you'd expect because we're talking about matters of detail.
Thank you. So that's all I think I had on the modelling and highways. Some points on sustainability, please. No dispute between us that NPPF 110 is sustainable, can be made sustainable.
Correct.
Can be, and again, no dispute that Mr. Slack accepted that it could be made sustainable.
I think you also agreed that it is sustainable.
So that's what I want to ask you. I'm not sure if he did. I'll just ask the inspector to check his notes, whether it, but I'm not sure the concession was in quite those terms, but I'll accept that he did accept the 110. Whether it can be made sustainable is different to whether it has been made sustainable.
They function the same thing, don't they?
Not actually necessarily, because all the way that a lot of the questions are put to Slack and the way that it works is looking at whether a site idea is sustainable, could be made as such, it has the potential to be made as such.
Yeah.
That's what could be done.
Yeah.
And then you get a specific proposal. And so there's a different question of whether it has been made sustainable,
Yeah.
whether it is. Do we agree on that policy point?
I can see that interpretation. I can see that.
Got the NPPF to hand, please. 21.5.
Yeah.
So should have done this with Mr. Slack in the examination yesterday. You'll remember there were some points put to Mr. Slack about there's no prioritisation of sustainable routes.
Yeah.
Paragraph 1.5 talks about accessing sites that can be allocated, etc. 116 is severe, the refusal points that we come to. 117 then says, within this context, applications for development should give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements within the scheme and neighbouring areas, and second, so far as possible, facilitate access to high quality public transport. See that?
115.
117A.
Yeah.
Isn't that hierarchy or priority or whatever you want to put it?
It is a hierarchy.
And can I, point that's been frequently made both by you and cross-examination and everything is that Malden is the most sustainable area of the district. So that's a relative point. It talks about its in the district.
It is in
More
relation.
sustainability
It
than
is
others.
in relation to this district, which is where we're sat.
Yeah.
And it's reading their policies, right? So, yeah.
So saying it's the most sustainable area in the district means it's more sustainable than other areas in the same district.
Correct.
But that is a different question, isn't it, to whether a site is or kind of actually sustainable. Might be better than others, but that's not the same as whether it is actually sustainable. Yeah.
I can follow the logic.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
And so one of the questions for this inspector is not, may well be whether the site is sustainable. The officer said no, but it can be. Whether it can be made sustainable, which is to some degree. And then there's another question, isn't there, which is whether it has been made sustainable.
Just want to refresh my memory because I'm pretty sure committee report. I think it might be 3.22. I haven't got it open. I think it does say it is sustainable.
Yeah, so we covered this in cross. There's a tension. 3.22 says it is, and then 5.1.4 says it isn't, but it can be made sustainable. So sorry.
So in both, and so in
The
the
officer says both.
so yeah, and then what you've just asked me is in both those tests, the council concluded that it is and it can be made sustainable.
Yeah.
Whilst there might be differences.
So yes, so two tests.
Yeah.
Or sorry, three questions for the inspector. Is the site sustainable?
Yeah.
Can it be made sustainable? Has it been made sustainable?
Yeah.
When we talk about a genuine choice of modes, the intention, the policy intention, I hope here is for modes.
Correct.
And that will only arise if the mode of choice is one that a reasonable number of people would.
That's correct, and as agreed with Mr. Slack yesterday.
So not just could hypothetically take a realistic.
And I think that's what Mr. Slack agreed. Yes.
Otherwise we won't. Well, yes. Otherwise we won't achieve the policy. But yeah.
Yeah.
Talks about sustainability. Can I? There's a number of bits of guidance on walking distance, etc. Would be really I don't particularly want to go through with you. I'd like to pick up, please, walkability to bus stops. You refer to the 500 metres to the 800 metres that's in the go-ahead guidance.
Stagecoach and go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Which is CDP4.
Sorry, T.
E for Percy. But you've got a T in the school docs, haven't you?
No. I can't find it.
Sorry?
P4.
E for Percy.
They're not in order. You have to scroll down.
Yep, got it.
this comes from, I think, page 12, paragraph 2.1, walking distance to bus stops.
Yeah.
Oh, just to be clear, go ahead and Stagecoach, their bus companies, aren't they? They're bus providers.
Correct.
So effectively private operators.
Yes.
And they, I think you're looking at the last paragraph, aren't you, which says on the largest developments, including planned new and expanded settlements, would suggest that care should be taken to ensure all dwellings are located within 500 metres of stops if possible. 800 should be seen as an absolute max.
Correct.
That's what you're on. Yeah. They also, don't they, at the very start, say Stagecoach should go ahead, endorse the advice set out by the CIHT in its 2018 publication.
They do.
Yep. Got that. And it was referred to by Essex, which is P17. Can you get to it, please? Yep. Turn down to PDF page 18 and paginated page 18.
My page numbers work on the internet, not on my PDF, which is sort of problem.
Either way, it's both.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So the CIHT is effectively highway. It's Chartered Institute of Highways.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So it's
transportation. Yeah.
highway transportation. Thank you. So an industry body that specialises in looking at things like walking distances.
Yeah.
This has recommended maximum walking distances to bus stops. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that has high frequency routes every 12 minutes or better, 400 metres, and then less frequent routes, 300 metres.
Yeah.
We're in less frequent route, even with your bus upgrade.
Yeah.
We're gonna be every
Yeah, we are in terms of that typology, yes. But as I think Mr. Simons made a point, and I completely agree, in the context of what I think is a rural district, it's a really good frequency from my experience. And it also takes you to Chelmsford, which is a key regional settlement. So yes, it might not be what you'd ideally like to get to, but this is obviously taking the country as a whole. And single high frequency routes every 12 minutes or better, that's really unlikely to be experienced outside anywhere other than the city. So again, we're going back to context. I think in the context of Malden, we do have a good bus service here.
Isn't that?
And it's not just me saying that, just to conclude. The inspector for the site, literally adjacent to this, concluded that there is a choice for all modes, including buses. And policy S2 equally also says that Malden is accessible by buses, right?
Yeah, we'll come to those in a moment, but I just want to understand the distinction. We've got fair point, CIHT is a nationwide guidance, and there's a point that's made this is a reasonable bus for the area. Sure. But we're talking about, aren't we, whether people will choose to use different modes, choose to use it instead of, say, a private car.
Correct.
And if they've got a private car as an option, the fact that the bus is reasonable for a rural area is probably going to root of it, is it?
I mean, I can't comment for everybody. This is a personal choice, but it's better than no bus service there. So if there wasn't a bus service, there wouldn't be an alternative choice. There is a bus here, and it does cater for good trips into key local areas, internal trips in Malden, which we discussed upon earlier in my evidence. Talk about a lot of internalisation of trips. It also takes you to Chelmsford.
Yeah, no, I understand that. There are a number of places in these documents where people talk about factors that affect what most people choose to go, right? Directness, cost. The fact that the bus in Malden is better than the bus in Burn, that it's reasonably good for Malden, that kind your average person is probably not going to be undertaking that sort of comparative analysis, are they? They'll be thinking things like, it's directly going to get their cost, utility.
They were taking all that into it. They'll take all that into account. So, I mean, I don't know what you might do if you're looking to buy a house. If you're looking to move somewhere and you think that bus service would be attractive, then that might be a deciding factor in you moving somewhere. But I'm not really sure I follow the line of questioning, because what you seem to be suggesting is the policy that underpins a lot of the stuff we're talking about from the council talks about buses being a real option here in Malden, but you seem to be suggesting it's not.
I was trying to make the point because we're talking about bus stop connectivity. We're looking at CIHT, and your point is yes, but Malden's got a reasonable bus service.
Yeah.
We're talking about mode shift, and so all I'm exploring with you is the likelihood that people will shift modes.
Surely there's more likelihood if there's a bus right outside, well, not right, it goes past the site and we're providing a new bus stop, and also improving the connectivity to get onto the opposite side by providing a pedestrian crossing. That's got to be an improvement, and that's going to encourage people to use it.
And we'll come on to those points in a moment, but the point that you were making is this is a reasonable bus service for the area. And the only point that I was going to ask you about was whether that idea, the fact that it's reasonable for the area, is something that would factor into someone's day-to-day choice whether to take a bus. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, and it will. I don't really follow, but if there's a bus there and there's an option, people will make that choice to use it. If there isn't an option, that can't be an option. It can't be a choice. There is a reasonable choice and a reasonable prospect that people on this development will use the bus.
Can I pick up some questions about your updating of the WYG paper?
Yeah.
Have you got that?
Proof of evidence, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's an appendix to your proof.
Yeah.
This appendix. I know.
It's confusing because I think it's an
Yeah,
appendix within an
it's appendix A to another appendix.
Yeah,
to your
yeah.
proof. Sorry about that. Appendix A to appendix F. So just in terms, both you and Mr. Slack refer to it, I don't take any issue with that, but in terms of sort of what it is, it's presented by two, it was a paper presented by two practitioners to the transport practitioners meeting.
Yeah, it's similar to the CIHD.
Not, I think, peer reviewed.
No, but has been used in plenty of appeal decisions, including one that's referenced in this Whiteford.
This is 2015, so predates the CIHT 2018 bus stop guidance.
Correct.
And talking about distance to bus stops, the CIHT 2018 guidance doesn't adopt certainly the mean walking distance that they're talking about.
No, but I think what we're talking about here is the difference between guidance and an aspiration compared to with what actually people are prepared to walk, and that's a complete different scenario. And I appreciate you think that the NTS perhaps maybe isn't as robust because it's not mandatory, but it is a recognised source, and from the NTS it's quite clear that people do actually walk further than the 400 metres.
You draw this distinction between guidance and aspiration, but the point of the aspiration is to encourage modal shift.
Yeah.
And that's pointless if you're putting in entirely unrealistic. You therefore want to have a realistic understanding of what people will walk. Don't you? So the fact that the CIHT would have seen this paper and adopted different thresholds indicates they thought the realistic threshold was not quite what's in this paper.
Well, if you actually go back to the CHD guidance that you referred to, they haven't changed their standing license since the 70s. And the evidence, and I think Mr. Slack, in relation to this document, and there was talk about people have they have materially walked further, and that's demonstrated. So there is a difference there. There are there's plenty of appeal decisions, and like I said, the one in Twyford which I referred to, which is coincidentally one that I gave evidence at, that refers, I think it's 650 metres has been acceptable. There are others, right? That's actually quite a good example. So it's, if you read it, it talks about footway widths and walk times and things as well. Quite comparison with this. Oh joy!
I'm pleased we've done the soap, is it? That's all I can say.
You have to get your waders out. So.
Do you think, sorry, Mr. Bancroft, I've completely lost a reference where you've done your updating. That's what I'm-
Oh, right. It's before the one that you were talking about just now. Sorry. It's Appendix F of the proof of evidence.
That's right. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Oh, sorry, that was, yeah, so 1.12, that actually is convenient, isn't it, in terms of the second bullet, because that's obviously what Stagecoach have referred to. And just going back to the point you made about them being commercial entities, obviously they want to have buses get as close to future residents as possible. And when they've looked at the 500 to 800, they would have taken that commerciality point into account.
Really frustrating. I didn't put a reference in my notes, and now I can't find it. No, it's okay. I'll see if I can do it without the reference. I just had a question on how you've gone about updating it, basically.
So we took exactly the same approach that White Young Green had done. So it's not easy to get hold of this information. So we actually explicitly request it from the National Travel Survey. We give you a massive spreadsheet of all the different responses in terms of how people walk and where they go to based on the journey type.
So the question I had was, when you did the update, you also purported, didn't you, to categorise it. You say you looked at urban only, urban fringe, I think was the term you used.
Yeah. Where is that?
That's what I'm trying to find. There we go. Right. Sorry. Your rebuttal, section 2, please, which is talking about accessibility best practice.
Yeah.
Right. So, you refer here, paragraph 2.6, you said, so we've got a table underneath paragraph 2.6, which has the WYG assessment and updated assessment. Yeah. And you say this, using this more up-to-date data and focusing on the relevant area, urban, town, and fringe, rather than the whole of the UK, as Mr. Slack has done. Table averages being 50%. Now, we're looking at the W1G table. I think that is your numbers for the W1G are sorry, I don't know. I completely don't know what's going on with my reference.
Appreciate that. I think we'll keep on going as far as this is concerned, and then we'll have a review once that's over. I'm, I know, no. Unless you, Mr. Grant, would prefer that. Am I sensing that you're coming towards the end of your questions, or have you got
Yes,
quite a bit
no,
left?
I absolutely am. I'm just having been fairly punctilious in my references. I'm not quite sure whether it's all gone wrong on the WYG paper.
Is it a question you can ask without necessarily finding your reference?
Yeah. I just want to understand this because the WYG paper that you purport to update, I'll just have to find the references. Apologies if I'm getting this wrong. Those numbers are where it says WYG assessment 2010 to 2012. That's not urban area focused, is it? Those are more general numbers.
That's national.
Yeah. And then on the numbers on the right is this urban fringe area focus.
Yes, which relates to population size.
Yeah. So
So it's a
the two sets of columns aren't in fact directly comparable.
No, we've gone to a finer grain of detail, but the ones on the left-hand side will inevitably incorporate areas that are more rural.
But I mean, my point is, if the inspector's looking at this, it's not quite the right inference to look at. For example, the top left in each column and say there's been an increase in wind walking distance of 11 meters, because the columns on the right, the updated assessment, are more refined and more granular than the columns on the left, which is the national assessment.
Well, yes, but it's like all these things, isn't it? It's actually what people have purported to do. So unless we're questioning what they purport to do, I'm not really sure I follow. But notwithstanding that, sir, whilst we're in this sort of discussion about walk distances and what people do and don't do, if we stay in my rebuttal, go to para 2.3.
2.3.
3. I was quite surprised that Mr. Slack referred to DfT Circular 012/2022 survey cassettes related to the trunk road network as their guidance effectively on how you assess traffic impacts. But helpfully within that document, based on their extensive experience of sites that are close to their network that they monitor, they talk about, I'll read it, actually Mr. Slack's reference. Mr. Slack makes reference to the fact that car dependency has been reinforced at new development due to walking times being between new homes and key amenities regularly exceeding 30 minutes.
Sorry, I'm not with you. I was at 2.3.
2.3, yeah, that's the so it's the first sentence.
Oh yes, okay. Sorry.
So what National Highways are saying is people are prepared to walk up for 30 minutes. Once they get to that point, then they make a choice about getting in the car. 30 minutes, if you equate the typical 800 meters, which is a 10-minute walk, that's crudely 2.5 kilometers. And if you prefer, and we go back to Mr. Slack's tables, we'll talk about walk distances and stuff, but there's a high proportion of amenities within the 2.5 kilometers that would be referred to from National Highway. So I think there's a wealth of evidence provided by different actual sources of what people are prepared to do that shows that people do walk further than the guidance.
Coming back to this WYG update, you refer to the relevant area, urban, town, or fringe. Where's that category from? No, but where do I find that? Is that census category, or is that an NTS category?
It's set out in their update.
In their update, in their paper.
No. Para 2.4.
Your proof.
Yeah.
Your main proof.
No, the appendix. F.
So it's an NTF grant.
which we agree is a accepted resource. Asset in the pack.
Distance and routes, I don't think I need to go down the whole perspective and walk them. Can I, this question about the bus contribution, please? The 850k, which I think the most detailed justification that you've got is in your buckle appendix there.
Yep.
No dispute between us. I think the standard is 5 years for a primary contribution.
I think different, but we can say, I mean, Essex have said that in this location they tend to go for 5 years.
It's also in the CMJ 14 appendix out there. That's a yes, but you've seen different in other schemes.
Yeah, sometimes it's 3. Varies across the country.
We're focused on Essex.
I know.
Are you saying you've seen less in Essex?
I've not seen less than Essex. They've obviously set out here why.
Yes. If we look at that, first paragraph explains the purpose of the letter, which is their comment on why quantum. Second paragraph, well, they paid close regard to paragraph 8, which states that obligation should be fairly and reasonably related and scale of kind. Third paragraph, first sentence explains what the contribution should be sufficient to provide 30 minutes, broadly 7 to 7. The fact that it should enable service to be provided for 4 years, that was short of the 5-year priming period, which is the length of time it normally takes for a service to establish itself and become viable. But it felt that it would be unreasonable to ask for a higher figure, bearing in mind what's been asked for of other developers previously. So ECC then says they'll look at the revenue to fund service extensions to the initial 4-year period. And there's the possibility of other developers. Yeah?
Yeah.
So the reason they're not asking for 5, there's nothing in here to suggest that the reason they're not asking for 5 is because they think 4 years will be enough to make it viable. They're saying it just wouldn't be reasonable to ask for more.
I think also they've actually said they've looked at it in detail. Obviously, there are commercial things that they can't share in terms of the calculations, I assume. But what I don't think we seem to be focusing on is the fact, I should imagine this bus service would go to Haybridge. So if we're not just talking about patronage from our punters, there's a whole town here. And I think in the intentions it will be like a hopper service which will go around the town. And obviously we know that the southern allocations are on the externals of the extremities of the town as well. So the town of Malden is growing. I've got no reason to suggest that Essex don't know what they're talking about. Mr. Simons made this point yesterday with Mr. Slack. They're the authority. But what I would say, sir, based on my experience, this contribution of £850,000 is over £3,000 per unit. Elsewhere, I don't see anything really above 1,500 regularly. I think in Wiltshire it was 1,800. But that's generally, so it's twice what I would normally expect. And Essex are actually making the point there that it is a substantial contribution. And they also make the point, of course, that we will be providing bus shelters at the site access. So it's not just £850 in the factory. It's a significant offer. It's got wider benefits and improvements to the existing population. It will help that existing population with a greater choice of modes. That will obviously allow people to travel by bus potentially. It will take traffic off the network, and then we come back to our point about the Morrison's roundabout. All of a sudden that might start alleviating some of the pressures that are at that location.
My question was, there's nothing in here to indicate that Essex thinks 4 years is enough of itself to make it viable. And I think our answer is yes, there isn't, but all the other things you talked about. Is that right?
Oh, well, that's what it says, but they've obviously
Well,
they're the
it doesn't
authority.
say it back.
Well,
What's the point?
Yeah, that's their opinion. And I think Mr. Simons asked yesterday, Mr. Slack, the council haven't offered an alternative. Essex are the only authority here on who to identify that contribution.
Yeah, and the question I'm looking at is whether that's enough to make it viable over the long term. And there is nothing involved, anything we've seen from Essex that say yes, that 4 years will be enough. There's other things they talk about, like other development might come forward, but they say it won't be reasonable to ask for a higher figure because of some of the points you talked about, the other things they're providing, but they don't say yes, 4 years will be enough. That's this case to make it viable.
It says 5 years is normally what it takes, but in that they think here, based on their calculations, that's why I'm reading this, that is what they feel is appropriate. And that, the reason I just outlined, it's not just serving our development, it's serving the town. So if they feel there's a gap in the town service, it's going to have wider benefits. You're going to get patronage from other parts of the town, which will help the overall viability. It's simple economics.
But finally, this point about other sites, you make a variety of points about the sites, the southern allocations. The inspector can walk the route on comparability. I don't particularly need to get into that, but you understand that allocations are allocated based on a wide variety of factors.
Correct?
Yeah. Not just to transport.
Correct.
Yeah. And so what's acceptable for one site, given its benefits and impact, might not be.
Correct.
And it's also right, isn't it, that those other allocations are closer to, say, Morrison.
Yes, but equally, there are destinations that we're closer to, for example, the town centre.
And things like other infrastructure or commercial uses, for example.
They may well be, and we might be closer to some employment areas, and they might be. But in the round, I think we've demonstrated, and I don't think Mr. Slack disputed, is that we are located in relation to amenities. And we go back to the appeal decision, the site next door, which the inspector made the same point. I think he actually refers to Morrison's like you've just done. And forgive me, I lived in a new build house, and just because it was on an allocated site, it didn't change the way I behave from a human perspective. So yes, in policy terms, that might be a distinction, but on the day-to-day living, it wouldn't affect the way people live there. They're still people. They'll still want to get somewhere.
Yes, but I had understood you to be putting this in to say, this is what's acceptable in transport terms. This is a precedent.
I'm not saying it's a precedent, it's a comparison. What I was saying is, one of the reasons for refusal, forgive me if I'm wrong, is that if we're outside the settlement boundary. Those sites were also outside the settlement boundary. Again, I think this was also a reserve site, so broadly speaking, the principle had been agreed. But from setting all that aside, I'm not relying on that. All I'm saying is that we are comparable to it, but equally, a distinction in a local plan or a planning policy document doesn't change the way people fundamentally behave.
I made the point in that answer that this was a reserved site. It was actually a reserved site in the submission of the plan taken out.
Okay. But presumably the council, that was probably withdrawn for political reasons, but the technical analysis that sat behind it was accepted, I presume, by the council, because else they wouldn't have put it in there.
Well, I mean, Mr. Slack deals with this. You turn to CDJ 22, please.
That is proof, is it?
No, it's a different document. He explains in his rebuttal a bit more about what happened.
What was it, sorry?
CDJ 22. So, as Mr. Sack explained, what happened was there wasn't a sustainability appraisal of this site when it was being put into this Reg 19 local plan. That was then done afterwards, and that's the report we've got at CDJ 22. Go down to page 273, please. Is
Sorry, it's a big
RE 49, the Malden Hall Farm site. That's our site.
Still going. Documents are messing up. Yeah.
This sets out a number of effects by SEA objective. You look at 5 when it talks about maintaining and improving public transport provision, promoting sustainable modes, etc. It's a description of effect. Given the distance from the town centre, there could potentially be an increased dependency on private vehicle use for access to employment and services. So you've got a minus and a scale effect.
Where is it, sorry?
Paginated page, sorry, PDF page 273, paginated page 269. I'm looking at.
It says that.
Yeah. And then the inspector took the site, after that, the inspector took the site out. Just so we're clear on the what that's where are. There's been some reference to the Sheila. Have you ever looked at the Sheila plan? Or the Sheila? No. No problem.
Just for the ones that I don't rely on it, because I think the fact here is what people are actually willing to walk, and we've been through that. So the White Young Green National Travel Survey sets out how far people walk, and we just went through the DFT circular, and with national highways and all the sites that they monitor, they're talking about 30 minutes as being the cut-off point. Okay, so yes, that might have been a minus, but at that stage, I don't, when they're at this level of detail, they don't take into account what mitigation people bring forward, such as putting the bus stop closer to the site. I don't know what they were assuming at that stage. We weren't privy to that.
It's a high level assessment on taking plan making. You mentioned it, so I asked you about it. But you're saying I don't rely on it. That's fine.
Yeah.
CDQ. Couple of questions about CDQ 27. Obviously, that's the one you spoke about yesterday. The Northern Four Part.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep.
And you spoke about that being cheap. No dispute between us that it's for a much smaller site. You said it doesn't matter because the links are the same. The outside side, the links outside the site are the same.
Yeah.
But your site is obviously much larger.
Yep. Yep.
So people in, for example, the western edge of your site or the northeastern edge of your site have to travel through it in order to get out to the other side.
Correct.
So they will have to walk it. The bigger the site, the longer the internal walk.
Of course.
And that is a point that they will take into account the site much travel. Right, so they've got all three.
It will be, and as we've just discussed, in terms of the DFT circular, 30 minutes is the cut-off that National Highways refer to. That equates to roughly 2.5 kilometres, and I think that both me and Mr. Slack identify a plethora of amenities within 2.5 kilometres.
And so when...
So I actually just think, just going back to the table in the local plan evidence base that you referred to, that actually referred to the town centre explicitly in terms of walk distance. But the town centre, I think me and Mr. Slack agree, it's about 1.5 kilometres, so well within 2.5 kilometres.
And if we're on CDQ 27, if we look at paragraph 10 of the decision letter, where it says a large supermarket and business park are located about 15 minutes walk to the south of the appeal site, plus the Morrison business centre, obviously for those in the northern or site, all the further bits in the site, that's enough for them, the residents of the 3 units.
I refer back to my question that the point I just made. There's a yes, but.
So that's it.
Mr. Grant, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I appreciate we've hung on. I appreciate we go a little over 2 hours for your cross-examination. I have a few questions. Obviously, Ms. Dodsley, do you have some questions as well? How many might they be? How long do you think it might take? Just give me an estimate. Okay. And then I'm just thinking, my thinking is we can either stop for a lunch, come back, and I suspect it might take us something like half an hour. My questions will be 5 or 10 minutes. Mr. Stoddard's will be 5 or 10 minutes. We've got re-examination. I'm wondering whether it's better just to have a short break and then come back and deal with that, and then we're all free for the afternoon, rather than necessarily take an hour and then come back and just take 20 minutes. Is that okay from your point of view?
I don't mind carrying on if everyone else
Well,
is able
you're
to.
the man who needs to feel reasonably comfortable.
I'm
Just
comfortable.
appreciate you. Yes, I feel that's probably quite a good idea. Okay. Well, let's do that. Let's take a 20-minute break, because that just gives you a bit of a breather, and then we can come back and we'll hear any questions that Ms. Dodsley has to ask, and I'll review my notes and come up with have a few questions as well. But that then should be business for today. Okay, so we'll adjourn until 1:30. Thank you. Well, I know it's quite tiring being on the stand, so 2 hours is longer than I would normally have it, but it's best to get it over with. And again, 1:30 and the inquiry is resumed. So I think we'll pick up where we left off. Mrs. Dodsley, would you like to ask questions of the witness?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bancroft, I'll probably jump around a little bit, but I'll try and keep it as succinct as I can. In your evidence in chief this morning, you were talking about RFCs and referring to Mr. Slack's evidence that he gave yesterday, and you made a comment where you said that Mr. Slack was reaching a natural conclusion that his idea was to build more road capacity. He didn't actually say that though, did he?
He didn't know, but the inference was there. Effectively, he was saying, so if you read para 116, it says severe impact unless mitigation is provided effectively. So in his world, if over one RFC is considered severe, the only way that would be ameliorated is if you were to build extra roads.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to be clear that he didn't actually use those words.
No.
Thank you. I want to refer to the final committee report, which is CDC 8. And it's on the PDF page, it's 50 or page 62. No worries. Should be looking at a table with comments from Active Travel England when you get there.
My internet's died.
Do you want to give me that reference again, Mrs.
Yeah,
Dodsley?
so it's core document C8 and it's the
C8.
final committee report.
It's downloaded now. Which para? Sorry.
It's so it's page PDF page 50 or page 62 if you're going with the page numbers.
Yeah.
So it should be looking at the table with comments from Active Travel England.
Yeah.
I just you said in chief this morning that Active Travel England had approved. I can't remember the exact words you used, but had agreed that the proposal was fine. Or words to those effects, and I was just keen to drill down into a little bit more detail around that, if that's okay.
Yep.
So looking at the comments that they make, particularly the second sort of section down, if you like, the pedestrian and cycle audit is welcomed, but lacks sufficient analysis against standards, including LTN 1-20 Inclusive Mobility 2022. And the National Design Guide, routes must be reviewed for safety, directness and accessibility with reference to the Malden LCWIP and local plan.
That's what it says.
So do you agree that Active Travel England did have some concerns that they are raising here?
In their initial response, correct.
Yes. And I also just want to look at the paragraph underneath that. We've been talking about sustainability today, and I just want to draw attention to this bit that says accessibility is limited with only a primary school within the 800-metre walkable neighbourhood threshold and the A414 creating a major barrier to movement. And then it goes on, the nearest bus stop is 700 metres from the site, exceeding the recommended 400-metre distance, and walking routes to public transport require improvement. So again, just coming, I guess my question is, it backs up the point that the officer makes in her report 5.1.48, that the site isn't currently sustainable. Do you agree?
If you read that initial response, but you need to then read their final response.
Yep, I appreciate there's further comments, but I want to drill down into some of the detail that at points there have been criticisms of the site. Is that correct?
As with any application, that is correct.
Yeah, thank you. I want to come back to the appeal decision that you spoke about in your chief this morning, which is Q27. So just switching documents. And specifically, I want to look at paragraph 15, which is balancing and conclusion.
Yep.
In that second paragraph of the second paragraph there, It says a few lines down, furthermore, as the steel barn is the last building in the vicinity that has not been converted to residential use, the development is unlikely to lead to pressure for additional residential development in the area. I appreciate it does go on to say about access to local shops and services, but we spoke this morning about this area being accessible and sustainable. And I want to draw your attention to the importance of the size of this development. It was 3 buildings. And I guess I want to ask your views on that, really, like how important do you think that is?
As I explained in cross-examination or evidence in chief, the site is either sustainable or it isn't. The size of the development is not a material consideration. It's about whether or not you've got a real opportunity to travel by modes other than the car, which I think we are in agreement with Mr. Slack on looking around. But, that I don't think that's been debated.
I think
You
actually,
might have a different view, I accept.
yeah, no, I think actually really what my question is about is that this appeal was decided, you know, there's a premise of there will be no further residential development in this area.
At the time that this inspector wrote this, I'm not sure what the date is.
2019, I think, or 2018.
Yeah, so things change, pressures change. I'm not a planner, but there's obviously a need for housing. And we go back to the point about the main policy which directs development basically to Malden. And again, I'm not a fait with all the constraints, but I understand that there are other constraints outside of the western part of Malden, which means that probably growth is going to come to the west if it comes anywhere.
Thank you. A couple of other questions which I think the community will be keen for me to ask you. There is a roundabout being proposed to be put on the bypass. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And comments that are often made to me about the bypass and I'd like to ask you this question. What is the purpose of a bypass?
Well, actually, it's classified as a local distributor road, so it's to distribute traffic.
Would you agree with me that it's to keep the flow of traffic moving around the town?
Correct.
Okay. And what will happen if we put a roundabout on that bypass to that flow of traffic, in your opinion?
It will slow down compared to the existing situation, but as set out in the documents, not to a point that's severe. It provides enough capacity to make sure that the delays are minimal.
Does it defeat the point of a bypass, though, if we're slowing traffic down on it?
No, because there's numerous roundabouts along the distributed roads that are identified within Essex's network.
So it won't slow. It will slow the traffic. It won't slow the traffic down.
It will slow.
It will slow the traffic down.
But not to
Okay.
a point that's not unacceptable.
Okay. Would you agree with me that putting a roundabout on the bypass there may make that route less attractive to people and therefore more likely to send them through the town?
No. And I'll refer you to, I don't know if you've got it open, but we'll just go to the transport assessment. Then we'll go to table 7.3.
Is it not speculative, though, to say that won't happen? We can't say for certain that people won't go through the town.
I'm giving you my answer if you want to get to that page.
Okay, just remind which reference are
Table
you making?
7.3 in transport assessment.
Which core document is that? If you could direct me.
E13.
E13.
Yeah.
A13B and A13A. I can't find it. don't know why it's not showing up on my list. I've got 13B and 13C.
I wonder whether, I mean, do you want to
Wanna
to
just
give
talk me
your
through
answer?
it?
I'll
If
just,
Ms. Dodsley
yeah,
wants
fine.
to ask you a supplementary, she can do
So in table 7.3, the familiar tables that we've been debating today, junction 5 was Morrison's roundabout. Below that, there's a line that says site access. It gives you the results of the modelling from what we refer to as sensitivity test. In that column, it talks about RFCs of between 0.45 and 0.6 approximately, which we've heard is well below 1. We've got queue lengths of less than 1 or around 1 in both peak periods. We've got delays of roughly 4 seconds, and we've got levels of service of A, which, if you read Mr. Slack's evidence, he refers to free flow traffic, which I agree. So yes, there'll be some incidental stopping because that's what roundabouts are there for, but it won't be to an extent that will mean people will divert from it.
Okay. That's all very technical, and I obviously appreciate that's your area of expertise. I'm going to disagree with you. My view is I think people will choose the town. And the reason I say that is because that will undo a lot of the good that the town has done in terms of clean air routes. So that's why I raised that point with you.
And why do you think that? Because that will be more.
Hang on,
Sorry.
You're not here
Yeah,
to answer
I know,
questions.
sorry. From my perspective,
Because
that's
I live here.
For that matter, Ms. Dodsley, actually, to give that, you're not here to ask questions, but then again, you are here to ask questions, not give
Sure,
statements.
thank you, sir.
But you'll have the opportunity to make statements next week.
Thank you. Yeah.
From my perspective, that's a tortuous route, and it will take longer than going along the bypass with a roundabout on it.
I agree with you if the bypass is a flowing route, and because I live here, I know how it works. But thank you, and I appreciate your comments. You made some comments about the bus service and how good it is in Malden. You talked about the service being every half an hour. Do you know what the service is like at the weekends?
Not directly, but
I can help you rather than.
Sorry, I've got it. Every couple of hours, correct?
Yeah, and on a Sunday stops at about 9 o'clock
Yeah.
from Chelmsford. So weekends would be trickier for people to make public transport choices. Is
At the
that
weekends, but equally, you probably appreciate that's when traffic on the road network's less busy, correct?
not always in Malden? We're a tourist destination.
Possibly, but generally.
Weekends, what about, you said Sunday as
Sundays it stops at 9
well? Opposite 9, that's what you said.
from Chelmsford to Malden. And just one final question. You made some comments about how you feel people travel in Malden. And my question is, these are assumptions, aren't they? All of this is a desktop exercise because you haven't had conversations, you haven't consulted with people in Malden and how they travel. Is that correct?
That's correct, but as we discussed with Mr. Grant, we've used accepted data sources, including the census, which records, as Mr. Grant said, how people travel to work. We had Mr. Grant say that's a requirement that people have to fill in. That's a good level of information for us to base our assumptions on.
Sure. As a resident here and sort of asking questions on behalf of residents, there hasn't been any consultation with residents of this town about
And
how they
that's-
travel.
No, and that wouldn't be the ordinary.
Of
We
course,
went
yeah.
through that process, and the census data is an accepted and recognised source of information to make these forecasts.
And just to clarify, the census data is national. There's nothing specific to the area, is there?
Incorrect.
Okay.
It goes down into various different levels. We had Mr. Grant talk about the size. Mr. Grant, I don't mind. Would you mind just confirming what the size of the properties were that you referred to? I didn't take a note. You seem to have more detail than I had. Yes. Yeah. So it and that's the middle output there, and then it goes down into final granularity, which is about 200 homes. So the whole of the country is compartmentalised into parcels ranging from about 200 to whatever the grant
We
is.
don't know where that is in the country,
No, we know exactly where it is. There are maps.
but is it here?
Yes,
It's
yeah.
in Malden.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all set out, and there's numerous tables. If you want to go to my rebuttal,
Oh, I'll take you at your word. I just wanted to be clear that whether people of Malden, but the people of Malden's travel habits were
They have been.
factored in. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Dodson. Couple of things, Mr. Bancroft. I was interested to hear you said that, in your view, TRICS data is starting to show that people trips are coming down.
Vehicle trips.
Vehicle trips are coming down. I'd asked a kind of similar question to Mr. Slack yesterday as to whether or not there was anything in the data that he had used that would give an indication that people's travel modes were starting to shift, and that's the answer I got. I think, or at least the note I had was he hadn't seen anything. So your experience somewhat differs from that. Can you elaborate at all? What is it actually showing? Are people starting to use non-vehicle modes more than they have been, do you think?
I think it's more to do with perhaps people working more flexibly, working from home. There are examples of, it depends on the area, but walking is particularly more recognised and being used more. I mean, these are all things that happen from COVID.
Oh, okay.
So
So
it's
it's possibly kind of stemming out of COVID rather than perhaps transport policy in that sense.
I mean, it's like the conversations having with Mr. Grant. Is it just because, for example, you live on an allocated site doesn't change behaviour? What changed behaviour was a sort of probably supersized it. It was already happening that people working more from home. Was COVID pushed that a bit further? And that's how the behaviour of people's mindsets have changed, which obviously knocks onto the peak hours. But equally, I'm not going to say here that roads around the country are all free flowing all the time. Equally, people have changed, are more flexible and work different hours, for example. So you're not getting that peak hour spreading as well.
Fairly early on in Chief, you were explaining about the processes that you've come through in discussions with the Highway Authority in particular, that you prefer. Originally, the TA presented a mission-led approach. They were rather asking you, in your explanation, your interpretation of it, for a more predict and provide approach to be taken. The Highway Authority, I'm sure, understand the change in paradigm, yet they have asked for that type of a predict and provide approach. Can you help me as to why they might want to go down that route rather than switch to a more of a vision-led approach themselves?
So when we started this, it was quite early on in the sort of evolving process of that, and I don't think that their guidance had caught up. In actual fact, that's fairly common and standard across the country. We're now starting to see more and more authorities bring forward guidance on this. I think recently, last month or month and a half ago, Kent brought out a guidance document which sets out, I think they require 7 scenarios being tested moving forward. So when you're at appeal, so you're going to be having some fun moving forward on that basis.
Okay, I'll avoid Kent from now
Yeah,
on.
yeah. So that's the reason, and I think, without wishing to be unkind to the highway authorities, they've always been proportionally in that worst case. So we have come, like I was saying, we've come back from that 85% trip rate that we used to do when I started my career, but there still is that little bit of a mindset. And it's not just linked to the capacity testing, it's also in parking as well. So there's a disconnect between still wanting lots of parking. In some locations it's 1 space per bedroom, but equally that doesn't marry if you've given people the opportunity to park and own a car. It's a bit of a carrot and stick, isn't it? If you've got that opportunity, you might more likely to use it. So I think because we're on that edge of the precipice, yeah, we haven't quite, practice and policy haven't quite caught up.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. You've been asked this question. I need to ask it again. Is there any guidance, either government guidance or an institute guidance, as to what constitutes severe in terms of the framework?
I'm afraid not. That's probably down to
So
something.
it is a case of experience, your own personal judgment, and matters such as appeal decisions on other schemes.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that? I mean, surely an institute on a matter that is perhaps kind of one of the two central planks of 116, you would have thought that would be something that they might want to try and explore in more detail.
Quite possibly, and that may be something you need to direct up the chain for your positioning pins. But from my perspective, I think when back in days before NPPF, we used to have there were some thresholds, so they weren't hard and fast. But the purpose of 116 was to raise that bar. So I think inevitably there's a little bit of subjectivity in the word severe. But we can only go, can't we, as a population, we learn from experience and examples elsewhere. And they help, but equally, professional judgment has to come into the mix. And in this situation where we've got delays of 40 or 50 seconds or whatever they are at one location, and the rest of the junction network's operating fine, there's not a safety issue, I think that's what tips the balance in terms of it not being severe.
In terms of severity, a relative or an absolute value? In other words, are you looking for me just to focus on the difference between as is plus approved development and the scheme, or is it right for me to look at the absolute whatever metric I choose to have, delay or queue length or RFC?
It must be compared to what's already been given consent, because that's the way the PPGs are referred to. That's why we have the committed development test. That's been taken, that impact's been assessed, and we're adding on top of that. So if we were going over and above what we thought would be a reasonable, some of those thresholds we've talked about today and the examples we've talked to, that's what you should be testing. It's our effect in combination with.
Okay, but if a junction is already over capacity, let me not use that. Say, we will appreciate that at times the Morrison's roundabout does go over capacity. If let me give it a more hypothetical question then. If there is a situation where it was agreed that a part of the road network was already severely congested, if you were to add a material increase in traffic to that severely congested road network, would that be considered to be severe in itself?
You'd have to see what the metrics would come out the other end. In this instance, yes, it's operating over capacity or it's got a level of delay, but it's what the over and above is. And like I said, having 40, 50 seconds, I don't think it makes that material.
Okay, you say that's not material, or it's almost de minimis, or that it's just too small to worry?
I would say somewhere between de minimis and too small to worry about. I use the example of if you're sat in your car and you're listening to the radio on your way to your work or wherever you're going, it's probably a weather forecast as some context.
Okay.
I mean,
if you're adding further delay to a situation that was already severe, and as I say, I'm using this more hypothetically, I'm not necessarily suggesting that the Morrison's roundabout has reached that level yet, but hypothetically, if you're adding something materially, a material greater amount of traffic into a situation that is already severe, is that what paragraph 116 is saying to me I shouldn't be allowed?
I think this is where the subjectivity, the vagrants of the, well, effectively what you're looking for is some tick boxes, effectively, not wishing to diminish, but what is an acceptable level of delay almost. I think that's what you're saying, and I can only refer you back to the Leeds example where we got the 90-second threshold for a comparison. They had 500 seconds of delay, we've got 150 or whatever it is. So I think you're asking the point of principle, but I think what I'm saying is it's dependent on site by site location based on the metrics.
Okay, well, Mr. Slack gave me his view of what severe was and used the RFC metric. I know you prefer perhaps the delay metric as perhaps a more practical metric. Even though neither of us have any guidance, either government or otherwise, to go on as apprentice member here, can you say to me, what, in your professional opinion, what level of delay would you think would merit the definition of being severe?
Oh wow, that's really difficult. I mean, I've given you an example here of an isolated junction in terms of delay. There are local plan decision notice which doesn't reflect this, but reference to 3 minutes not being severe, for example, and that's across a whole network. But we're nowhere near that here, and that was, when we're talking about an isolated junction, it is a case-by-case basis.
In the situation of Morden,
I think
what would you think? What would you think? What length of delay would perhaps?
I wouldn't like to speculate. I would need to, you need to put the traffic through and see what came out the other end to work that out. I couldn't tell you what that would be.
So you don't have any particular threshold at which, in your mind, traffic congestion?
No, I take it. So obviously, all I can do is put the traffic into the model that we've developed, and when the results come out, I'd have to take a view on it. I can't speculate what that might be. That's very much crystal ball game. You're asking me to set government guidance, which...
Well, no, there isn't government guidance on it, but I mean, obviously you're a professional highway engineer, so I'm seeking your view from a professional point of view, at which you point and think, well, that would be unacceptable, a level of delay that would be unacceptable. Everybody's going to have their different views about it. Clearly, I've heard a variety of different views in the room. I'm merely asking what your personal.
And I don't have a feeling for it, because it is going to depend on what the results are showing. I mean, delay, all these things are metrics, and they need to be taken in the round. You could have, for example, you could have a situation where you've got a junction, and the delay might be 50 seconds, I was talking about, but the approach to it is around a blind bend, and the queue might be hidden behind the bend, and that might introduce a safety impact. So it's not as hard and fast as that, and I don't think that's what 116 was drafted to do. It needs to think about it more than just a binary approach, and that's what I think I've tried to do in terms of the evidence. We've gone through delays, we've talked about changes in RFCs, and they're all, in this instance, all pointing to very small changes.
Okay, all right. I think that is it from me. Mr. Simons, anything in re-exam?
Very much indeed.
Righty-ho. Good. Well, thank you all for that. That draws us to the end then of the highway evidence. Just looking ahead to next week. Obviously, we start off with a roundtable session on housing land supply. I know the parties have reduced that to a relatively small number of sites. I hope we can keep that discussion fairly tight and reasonably not quick. We'll look into it as we need to, but I think that shouldn't take too long. And then we'll start to look at planning evidence, first from the council, then from Mrs. Dodsley the following day, and then Mr. Wheeler. Rather like we've done this week, I suspect it might not take as long as the timings that I've given in the programme, and it may be, if witnesses are available, we may be able to shift things along a little bit to give us a little bit more room towards the end of the week. Mrs. Dodsley, I'm conscious, obviously, next week will be your opportunity to give your evidence, and also for the appellants to cross-examine you on that. Appreciate you're not legally represented. I think perhaps it would be useful, nevertheless, for, instead of having evidence in chief, for you just to set out in brief form, summarised form, what your case is. I'll take your statement as read, but you might like to make yourself some bullet points just so that you can emphasise the things that are most important to you, so that that's clear to me what we are. That will get you started off, and then it'll be for Mr. Well, it won't be for Mr. Simon. It will be for Mrs. Chalabi to ask the questions. Yes, of course.
Just on that, so just in case it helps, the approach that we're going to take, Michelle is going to take next week, will be to put all of our planning questions obviously to the council, as you'd expect,
Yes.
in a normal way. And we won't repeat questions where there's crossover, if you like, between what the council is saying and what they're also saying. We'll ask the council, and we won't repeat questions again, just because, so to make efficient use of inquiry time. So it'll be much more limited in terms of the questions for the rules.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Okay, rightio. Is that okay? Would you be happy to do that?
Yeah, can I just ask a question about a summary? If I don't know if you can sort of put a time frame on how. Do you mean just some simple bullet points?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
it's more a case,
Fine.
as you'll see, where we've had other formal evidence produced formally, what normally happens is that the advocate will ask a series of questions of their witness just to pull out the main points. And that's what I'm thinking it would be a good thing for you to do. Since you don't have somebody asking you those questions, you're going to have to effectively just make it as a statement. But that'll be fine. I'm not suggesting you reading out the whole of your that evidence. Just a summary of it would be good.
Would it be useful if I was ready for Tuesday in case we're speeding up on that?
If you are able to be ready for that,
can
that would be
Yeah.
very helpful. I
Absolutely.
think, because that might be the case.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
We say goodbye, I think, to you, Mr. Simon, don't we? But we say hello to Mrs. Chalabi, so that will be fine. I'm conscious that we had some revised conditions. What I will try to do tomorrow, if I have the time, is to go through those, and if I do, I'll get my case officer to send any comments that I have to the two planning witnesses, so that we are at least perhaps a little bit prepared for the legal undertaking and conditions session when we get to it. Okay. Any other housekeeping matters before we close for this week? No? Okay. In that case, thank you all for your efforts this week. I look forward to...
Sorry, sir, just on housekeeping. I think there may be some additional stuff coming on. One further document coming in at some point relevant to the Housing Land Supply Roundtable, which is some photos Councillor Pittock took on some of the sites.
Okay.
Just so you're aware that's coming at some
All right,
point.
okay.
There's been some discussion with the appellant, so it's not
Okay.
a surprise.
It was not a surprise to them. Okay, jolly good. All right, thanks for that. Right, well, as I say, thank you much for your efforts this week. I look forward to seeing you at 9:30 on next Tuesday. I'll adjourn until then. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.